All right. 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. Let's get to it, I guess. Ugh. Was really wanting to stream last week, but like, I've been having a hard time waking up at this point. The burnout is real, and it's hitting goddamn hard. But we got a lot to do, so I need to start getting into it. I can't just keep picking these up randomly and being like, oh, I'll get a little bit done today. Need to give ourselves a minute to actually hunker down and try. Whew. So, following in the vein of wanting these to be a little different, not following the norm that I've set for my Zangors, we're actually doing different horn colors on them. I'm going back to a sort of tried and true fun horn concept, which is Leviathan Blue. I love Leviathan Blue because it's so close to black. But it really does leave like blue edge highlights. Which I think gives horns like a little bit better of a feel than just being like, oh, it's bone color. We might still do bone hooves though. Not sure. We can make that call in a minute. Change up brush here in a second. Oh, but yeah. Got third place in a tournament. It was a small one. I was kind of hoping there'd be a lot more people going to it, but I feel like the general sentiment in the local area for competitive right now is to just wait till 11th drops, because we got like a month and then it'll be out supposedly. So like, why put effort into like mastering a list until new lists are a thing? And like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, I mean, this is kind of a social game. I mean, just go because it's fun, because you get to hang out and talk to people. But it is what it is. My area is a lot of sweats. Now technically is the time in your local area. If you've ever wanted to try to play an RTT or to like learn the general gist of it, might be a good idea to go for it now. Just because it does seem like a lot of the sweats are like, we don't care until, you know, when it matters. A lot of them are trying out weird lists and fun things if they're even going. Will you get absolute sweats? Absolutely. It is the nature of the sweat. But I did pretty good, and I learned some stuff. The first person I played was technically kind of a mirror match. He had a similar detachment, similar function, similar focus than I did, except he put a lot of his scoring power in a different direction than I did. He did something a little more interesting, a little closer to how Eldari play. He hyper-focused on people who could sticky objectives. The games went alright. I had one of my best favorite losses, actually, that tournament. And that's kind of a moniker for me of, like, what's a good game, right? Like, if you're going to lose, it still has to be fun. And I had this really incredible back and forth with a Chaos Marauder detachment where I was rolling like a god. Like, the dice of that game were telling a story of I could do no wrong. My opponent relied on an overdose of mortal wound attacks that turned into, like, no mortals. It was absolutely crazy what he did. Like, he had no conversion rate, basically. And then when I turned around, I was basically like, let me one-tap your Vindicator. Let me one-tap this other large thing over here. Let me one-shot your leader squad. Let me... It was bad for them. But they still won because... And, like, the whole time, they were like, oh, man, you're going to win. But, like, my brain was doing the ADHD bullshit where I saw my loss. Like, I saw the path to my loss. And I kept seeing it close in the further we went into the game. Because I couldn't slow down his scoring, even though I was keeping up to a degree. But I had this one very key moment where it was like, look, in this turn, you can either score or you can pressure. You cannot do both with your current positioning. And I went, all right, I have to pressure. Because if I didn't, he would have had a ton of very good stuff on the board for his follow-up turn. So I pressured, got everything I wanted, and then still lost. It was mostly because like, we were playing a little bit slow. We were trying to, like, get as much done as possible. And we were both kind of, like, going back and forth with what our decisions were. And we only made it to round 4, I think. Bottom of round 4. A lot of the game would have been decided in round 5, but the time ran out. So that kind of sucked. Because I wanted to see the end of that game. Whether I won or lost, I wanted to see the end of that game. I just didn't get to see it. The first game was a pretty bad loss. It was the mirror match one, and it was literally because he could score more than me, because he focused more on tormentors than I did. I didn't have a lot of tormentors. We actually bought a box so we could finish out the tormentors I need, because I want 4 squads of them rather than 2. But because he was able to sticky and then, like, leave objectives, it made it a problem for me because I wasn't able to slow down his scoring while simultaneously picking his stuff up. I completely forgot heroic intervention was a thing. Like, absolutely forgot heroic intervention was a thing. And I gave up some flawless blades early for free. Well, not for free, for a command point, which was basically free. That was my welcome to morning Evan moment. Like, just in the morning, making really bad calls because my brain's not all there yet. So that was super fun. And then the third game I tabled a Knights player. Well, just about. I couldn't get to his large tyrant at the back. But the game was like 90 something to 30. Is it a good 2K or is it just a collected 2K? Like, does it work as a cohesive thing, or is it just like, I finally got 2K points of stuff? You're just now getting there, and 11th edition is right around the corner. The massive changes on the horizon. Well, I mean, Rattlings, if you focus on scoring with them, I think they're pretty good, right? It's kind of what they're meant for. Having the right units for the right jobs. As long as you don't, like, double up on it, right? Your Rattlings are going to be meant to just wander around and get stuff. If you add, like, 20 more units of that, then maybe you've overindulged. Dude, I'm just waiting for the new detachment rules for 11th, because I want to run, like, the Zangor detachment for my Zangors, for my scoring units, and then I'll figure something out for other stuff and see what happens. And give these guys battle line and 2OC. Let's do it. The ability to uppy downy with the ability to add a deep strike to it. Good luck. I know there's going to be massive imbalance within the first month of the game being released. I wonder if we're going to get the same thing that happened to Death Watch to just, like, happen. Death Watch at the top of 10th. I think it was Art of War, the website, the YouTube channel Art of War. They did a talk show about 10th and the release of it. And they wanted to show one of the things they figured out that was like, this is going to be a problem for competitive. And it was the Death Watch. They were like, look, if you combine this, this, and this, and this, you basically every turn get 50 guaranteed wounds. And they showed how it works. They showed the process of it. And before 10th dropped, sadly no Johan. No Thousand Sun stuff yet. I am interested, but nothing as of right now. I think the corn stuff was today. I've been slowly looking over the 11th announcements for, like, detachments and stuff. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I said. Johan, what did you hear? What up? You waiting for T-Sun rules too? Because, yeah, they'd be kind of cool to see. I'd love it. I hope. I hope they tell us something about the Army rule that differs. I really hope they tell us something new about the Army rule. Because I don't like our Army rule. I kind of like it, but I don't like it at the same time. It's too far in the direction of, like, you can't build a strategy around it. You just can't. It's so not consistent at all that you have to basically build a list around, well, if the spells go off, that's nice, but if they don't go off, then whatever. I'm still doing my thing. Because that's what I did. I mean, the Hexwarp Thrallband Terminator concept, you don't really need to care. Like, spells are just a small piece of, like, oh, let's add this on top of that. Oh, it didn't work? Whatever. I'll just do normal stuff then. Oh, yeah. I mean, 30k Legionaries are basically the pre-rubes. I already have too many rubrics, though. Don't need more. Could have swore they had a rubric Horus Heresy model, though. Maybe not. Yeah, they got the heroes. They got, like, Ahriman, but he has the weird, like, tiny horn helmet. He looks bad in 30k. A little too basic. Think they're going to change our army rules? Or am I going to still have to build lists where spells don't actually need to happen? If they brought it back to the point where you could roll again, I'd be at least relatively happy. Because the only spells I tend to care about are the rerolls to hits and the double move. So if I can give myself like 3 chances at it, right? Then I should be a little bit more on the ball with, like, oh, I have to build around my double move potential. Like, man, did they nerf. They nerfed so much. They nerfed the spells, which that blew me away. And then they nerfed the mutant detachment, which is a detachment I was actually building for at the time. Like, that's what a lot of this was for. The moment I saw that that detachment had, like, all these really cool benefits and, like, back and forth mathing it out of being like, oh, do I -1 to wound here or no? I was like, oh, I kind of want to play them, man. And then they were just like, yo, the key units you need for that, we're making them good. We're turning the rules off for them. It's like, okay, thank you, I guess. And now one of the only reasons to play the detachment is for the 2OC Zangors. So you have super cheap battle line that you can just throw places. That way you can field like 2 Forged Fiends, 2 Mutilith Vortex Beasts, Magnus. You have way too many points left over. And just a ton of Zangors running around the field capturing points from people. It's a little sad. What do you think we're going to get as a new detachment, though? Anything fun? We're going to have like a weird focus on something. They're going to hit us with the dumb thing, and we're just going to get like a Helldrake detachment. Everyone's going to look at it funny and be like, why? Why? I'll be in the back of the audience clapping because I have 2 of them. I honestly don't know. So far they've been putting out detachments that seem to hyper focus on either Terminators or Rubrics and Terminators as like a combo, which I kind of get. I think the detachment for Demons needs an overhaul, the combo detachment, but I don't think they're going to do that. We don't really have a detachment that's like great for the Defiler. We've got the Warpforged detachment, but I don't know. I've tried it. It's not that great. It doesn't really have a lot of value for the Defiler, which, I mean, it's a good model. Normally, we have more powerful Meltaguns. We're the only one with a Feel No Pain. Like, we're pretty good, although the Feel No Pain's a 6, so it's not, like, awesome. I think they need to rethink Zangor heavy detachment. Like, I want them to do an enlightened specific detachment. Because the Zangor detachment, as far as it stands, doesn't work for enlightened. It works for... Well, okay. It does work for enlightened, but you wouldn't want to use a lot of the rules for the enlightened. The 4-up invulnerable only works on foot Zangors, from what I can tell with the keywording. So you don't get 4-up invulns on your Zangor enlightened, which is where you would want them. The main rule of that detachment being if you want to do +1 to wound or -1 to wound, you have to sacrifice units out of your squad. That's not great when your squads are 6-man. So, like, there's not a lot of moments where you're just like, oh yeah, I got this. I'll definitely sacrifice half my squad for -1 to wounds into your auto cannons. They're going to kill the rest of them. That's a brilliant idea. But if they could hit us with an actual, like, enlightened detachment, that'd be great. Something a little closer to, like, Zang Shamans and enlightened as, like, the key models. Could be really cool. I get that Defilers are, like, generally really good. But I don't know. Our detachment is okay with it. Right? Getting a Defiler in our detachment and being able to toss +1 wound on its las cannons or its plasma cannon in the chest, or even just going full on with that auto cannon, is pretty good. I don't like that the Defiler's built-in is for Overwatch, though, because the other thing you want to do in that detachment is run Sectars, and Sectars get free Overwatch. So, like, there's too much of that overlap. right? End of the day, strategically, your sectars should be your front line, so the sectars are the ones using their overwatches right off the rip. And then maybe later on, your defilers start overwatching, but I would consider the Thousand Suns defiler rule to be like one of the lower tiers. I play EC, so I have 2 EC defilers right now, and holy crap, that is crazy. +1 to hit if you're not below half strength is so obnoxiously good. I was picking so many enemies up. I killed like an Atropos with one. It's just too good, man. No, yeah. We had no ranged at all. And now we have it, and they're horrifying, man. They have the ability to advance, shoot, and charge on a 12-inch move defiler. That's just, ugh. Too good. I kind of want to start testing Mercurial with my defiler. I think, okay, so I think for Chaos, for like releases, I think 11th is the time to either redo the Hellbrute to become a Pantheon-related Hellbrute, where there's like less like loadouts for it, but they're all Pantheon specific. Kind of like sort of what they did with the Defiler, but not like exact. So if you haven't been paying attention to how the Defiler is between the armies, what is it? Thousand Suns gets +1 strength on the Pyroflux Meltas, and then they also have access to 6-up Feel No Pain. That's like a core thing beyond the general ability. The EC one gets the +1 to hit, which is great. They also, let's see, I think lethal's on most things, and Death Guard. Of course, the rapid fire from the Corn, but also I think +2 inches to move in general on the Corn one. So there's a lot of variance, even without a lot of different like functional attacks, right? But I feel like the Hellbrute could get some more faction-focused directionality. Like maybe a melee and ranged variant in each. And then I also think some of the detachments might need their specific Terminators. Kind of like the Scarab Occult Terminators for Thousand Suns, or like the Death Guard type stuff with the Shrouds and Blight Lords and blah, 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 blah. We have the Emperor's Children with their Phoenicians. The Phoenix Terminators. And then we'd have, what is it, like the Red Butchers or whatever it is for Khorne. Especially with the information for Khorne now. Because they dropped that detachment that's like, oh, you're running Terminators, get all these bonuses. It's like, oh, well, you only get 3 squads of Termies, which, I mean, that's probably going to be like 1,500 points. But on top of that, if you could take like a variance, right? Because Terminators in general, like the general Terminator, isn't super intriguing for a melee heavy army like Khorne. It's good and the power fists are nice, but what if you just had straight up like twin linked strength 8 AP 2 damage 3 with a lance or something insane? no guns. But then you also had a Terminator detachment that gave them other bonuses. I'd accept the same thing for Emperor's Children, even though the Emperor's Children Terminator squads can only go to 5. Which is still one of the weirdest other things about the EC no one talks about, is that we have limited numbers of Terminators we can take. 3 squads of 5, baby. It's actually a pretty good argued point a buddy of mine and I were talking about. Because honestly, EC Terminators are cheap as hell, since they suck so much. They suck so much. But there's still a 4-up invulnerable, a 2-up save, and a 3-bracket health bar. Could be good to just chuck onto an objective and be like, come get me, bro. No leader needed, since the Cacophonist is the only leader you can give them, and that's like a bad idea. Which, again, that probably be another thing. We might need new leaders in EC. Get like 1 or 2 more new leaders. Something more specific for a Flawless Blade outside of Lucius. That could be pretty good. A more gunner-focused leader that isn't a Cacophonist. Something you could throw in like the Tormentor squads if for some psychotic reason you wanted like a crazy good Tormentor squad. But above all, I think the Hellbrute change needs to occur. I think we need to be able to be like, all right, I'm playing Thousand Suns. Let me take the freaking Osiren, right? Let me take an Osiren Hellbrute. So it's a Psychic Hellbrute. Comes with a Force Staff as its melee weapon. Maybe you get like the Hellfire Heavy Bolter or something, the one that gets like AP2 damage too. But then you get like a spell or something. Some sorcery built in. Because it can be a Psyker and then not get the bonuses for like doing your actual Cabal stuff. That's a very specific like ability concept. So it can just be a Psyker on the field. Have a couple psychic attacks that can get the benefits from like the Hexwarp Thrall Band. The Cabal of Sorcery, like all the fun stuff. All the good things. And then if we actually get that EC detachment, or the detachment in Thousand Suns that does a little bit better of a focus on the Defiler, then you have like a Psychic Hellbrute you can throw at the front line and then shoot with its Overwatch. Because is it character Psychers or is it just Psychers? Let me look it up in a second. Oh, it could be so cool, man. Fraggle, if you ever want to play, let me know. We can try to get a game of 10th in so you can at least start getting used to it before 11th. Because a lot of the rules are staying the same. There's a lot of terminology that's going to roll over. And a lot of general concepts that are going to roll over too. Pulling up the app. Okay, Suns. Okay, this one's actually alphabetized. We could even play smaller games just to get used to it. used to movement, used to thinking about the freaking templates that are used for terrain, since those are going to be continuing forward in a different way, but still kind of consistent. Yeah, Thousand Sun Psyker. So you have a Psychic Hellbrute on the front line, just messing stuff up, and then if anything moves near them, you've got Defilers on the back line, just getting 4-up frickin' Overwatches. If you want. That could be really cool. I feel like the biggest issue with Thousand Suns is their keyword problems. The keywords aren't where you'd think they should be. And it makes it so that there's like a lot of BS when you're playing them, where you're like, well, I guess MBBs aren't psychic despite being walking psychic abominations. That's cool. Having psychic auras and all that and not getting access to any bonuses for being psychic. Okay. Better song going, maybe. What the hell? There's like 100 songs in here. But yeah, let's take a minute, actually, as we go through all these horns. Let's take a look at some stuff. Yeah. Alright, SoundCloud's being weird. Or Spotify's being weird. It's like not loading. No. My Twitch background music. Dude, what is happening with Spotify right now? It's showing me music, and then if I click stuff, it's like, it just gets rid of it all, and then it just sits there and does nothing. All right. I'm finding a playlist on freaking YouTube. Stupid streaming future. Mix. There we go. Corn, which hopefully means Thousand Suns soon. So detachment rule, is this is their new detachment, right? Like this is the new one that's coming up? Because they already have that one vehicle detachment. So if they're doing a second vehicle detachment, I could easily see something being a little bit more focused on Defilers coming out of Thousand Suns. Especially if they're doing something like this, Demon Vehicle. Because if Demon Vehicle's in there and I look at the rules and I think about how Helldrakes work, we might be looking at a world where I do a single Defiler and then like a Helldrake to kind of partner with it. Because here's the fun thing. Here's something not a lot of people think about. as of right now, unless it changes in the actual 11th release, if the Helldrake flies over top of you, you lose benefit of cover. Benefit of cover might actually mean that if a Helldrake flies over top of you, and this is all big ifs, by the way, huge ifs. Currently, in 11th, benefit of cover is going to provide a 15-inch lone op, as well as -1 to hit in those like the vicinity of those footprint type situations. So either that's all tied together, or benefit of cover is just the -1 to hit, and then the template still does the 15-inch lone op. So even if I remove benefit of cover, I don't get to see. We'll find out. But the Helldrake, if it flies over top of a target, removes the benefit of cover. Then you have a Defiler with dual autocannons, then the dual nipple autocannons. And, like, that's your existence now, is this thing that has a ton of AP1 attacks that do 2 and 3 damage each. Some of it that comes with Dev. And you have the ability to be like, you don't have cover. And I think that could be like a fun cat and mouse combo of send out the Helldrake over top of something that matters, make it so the Defiler can just shoot it to death, no issues. And then send the Helldrake into something else. Usually like a flying target, something along those lines. I think that could be fun, man. But yeah, Mauler Fiends as an upgrade. This is in that vein of them saying upgrades are no longer just going to be character related. This is fun. Giving Cleave 2 to a Mauler Fiend for its fists. Oh my god. Because Mauler Fiends, the whole reason you build them to have the little whippies, the little whip talons, is because the fists aren't good enough. They're not good enough to just kill like 5 Terminators. They could. They probably won't. Because the Terminators are going to make half their saves. You're going to kill 2 Terminators, and then a bunch of Chain Fists are going to put you at like lower than half health. And that's how it's going to work out. But being able to get Cleave 2 when you're in like weird situations where it's just like, well, my one Mauler Fiend needs to kill those 20 Zangor over there. This could be a problem. Or, because yeah, they've even specified how Cleave works, and it is just melee blast with the caveat that you have to focus on a single target, which is kind of cool. This is nuts, though. Demon vehicle in a selected unit. The demon vehicle, your attacks ignore modifiers. This is similar to the Thousand Sun one. Whatever it's called, like Malevolent or something, where you just turn one of your vehicles into a Malevolent vehicle, and it's like, I don't care about friggin' modifiers. They've also clarified that cover is -1 ballistic, not -1 hit? Or is this just... I thought it was -1 hit. At which point, you are just hard affecting ballistic for the most part. And then here's the Terminator focused one. Which, I mean, I guess. I know people who like Terminators. I just don't know people who would enjoy Terminators in Khorne, just because of how slow they move. Maybe the idea would end up being, like, 3 squads terms, and then just 3 squads of, like, Slaughterbound or something, and then you just go. Get all heavy hitters. Just send them in. And then another one. 3 detachment rules. When a friendly world leader's character unit... Yeah, this is the one that's more about characters than anything else. So they're getting a character detachment. They're getting a vehicle detachment that focuses on demon engines. So less about like rhinos and predators and land raiders and stuff. More about demon ones. So you got like... This all up here is accessible defilers. So like a defiler gets at the start of the fight phase, you can select one enemy engaged with this unit. That enemy unit takes battle shock with -1. Cannot select the same enemy unit more than once per phase, and then they have onslaught tag and cannot be okay. So this was something I was interested in. That again, I haven't been paying too much attention to the reveals. I like reading a bunch of reveals all at once rather than reading one reveal and then waiting like 3 days. But finding out that this is a thing is interesting to me because I saw it in the Sisters one, and it appears as my guess, because there's probably a Space Marine one too, right? Or not. Oh yeah, here we are. Black Templar units, but oh no, that's not it. Either way, having restrictions within... Oh, here we are. Blood Angels... Oh, no, it's just general restrictions. Having restrictions within detachments based on this, but not just like, oh, you can't take certain units, but just you can't take 2 onslaught detachments. So you could have a detachment like this that is all about going crazy with like certain abilities that might increase the amount of attacks you have and things. You can't take like 2 of them and just go all in on damage output. You're gonna have to figure something else out. But yeah, the unit's character models, melee attacks have +1. I wonder if you'll be able to put more than one character in a Khorne squad. Is that currently a thing? Is there ways to put 2 characters in a squad? I don't think there is, right? It's more of like a Black Templar thing and like more Space Marine-y with apothecaries and whatnot. Actually, I can check. Because I know that's not a thing for Thousand Suns. We get 1 sorcerer and we are happy with it. Let's see, who might be able to take 2 characters? Let's grab the Jackals, Khorne Berserkers. Eightbound. Jackals can take no one. Figured. Khorne Berserkers can take Karn, Lord on Jug, and Master of Executions. Can any of these go in with another leader? No, no. No. And no. So that's a weird wording. That's a very weird wording. Models. Doesn't need to be... I guess it's just like... It's just covering their bases, I suppose. I don't know. So they're saying most of the ones that currently exist in the Codex are going to be 2 DP. Could be cool. I'm guessing a lot of ours are going to be 2 DP. Although, I swear to God, if the Zangor one is 2 DP... Thousand Suns have such bad concepts for sub-detachments. They did the Sororitas as well. I wonder if my buddy's going to play Angelic Judgment. He loves the Flying Sisters squads. He loves them. I'm guessing this is for the 15-inch lone op. So it sounds like you kind of come down, mark a target, and then other squads can see it from further away, which would be 18 instead of 15. I did see the one stratagem though. Where is it? Yeah, the Exorcist. So you drop your flying infantry next to someone, mark it for the 18-inch lone op visibility, and then you can mark a Exorcist. Those missile launcher tanks to just get +1 to hit rolls. Oof. A lot of this is really exciting. I'm wondering how it's going to work out. I wonder if my buddy's going to want any new Sisters units, because I painted his whole army. And so, like, if he's going to want to paint more, he might have to be like, yo, how much to paint, like, a couple new models to add in? Like, if he's going to want to paint that, like, throne with the person on it that, like, walks around where it's kind of like a throne dreadnought. I doubt it. He's got like 4,000 points of Sisters. And he has most of the characters already. I don't know what they could add to it to make him be like, yeah, I need that. Oh, let me go back to painting. It's pretty cool. Again, like I was saying, a lot of people didn't show up to this last tournament, and it did really feel like, you know, everyone's just waiting for 11th at this point. So if you're kind of new to the game and you want to try to look into the competitive scene near you, it might be a good idea to start now, because you'll start running into people who are either tinkering around with some dumb stuff to be like, let me just try this out. Or you're going to probably get other new players and you can have fun with. You're just not getting sweated into the floor by someone practicing for the Worlds tournament they're going to be going to. Because, dude, when I was going to these things, man, and the people I was playing against were like, yeah, I'm just making sure this list is good for the teams list I'm going to be playing on the USA team, on one of the USA teams at this World tournament. It's like, okay, man. We're at a comic book store. Like, there's a guy here and all his stuff's unpainted and he's like, oh, I want to try an RTT for the first time, and you're out here like, I want to stomp someone from Poland into the dirt at this next tournament. I haven't been directly playing Kill Team, no. Most of my friends are focusing on 40k. I've been keeping up with the Kill Team, like updates and stuff. I saw that in the recent, and we kind of went over it, I think, on the last stream, because I didn't want to make like a video for it. Too much going on. I can't really make videos right now. They clarified a lot about how movement works, which is good, honestly, because I'm guessing people have been going a little too hard on trying to, you know, shift the world into their opinion on how movement works. So to see Games Workshop come forward and be like, all right, we're going to clarify this pretty hard so you guys don't frickin' screw up. That was cool. I'm a little disappointed at what they're dropping. It really does feel like they went from, we're really happy with the competitive community built around Kill Team and their excitement for the game, to, hey, we're going to try to get you guys to play more of like the non-competitive side of Kill Team. We want you to PvE more than PvP. Which, I mean, sure. It's a good way to get new people in. That was probably one of the more fun systems, the NPO system, to try to get like people into the idea of the movement, the rules, the back and forth, all that stuff. but then to hyper focus on it. And I know as a community over here, we've talked a lot about like, oh, how cool would it be if you could do like a boss fight? Well, we got our wish. But the fact that it's another IG team, I don't know. It brings up the worry that I had not that long ago of like, how much more do we have in Kill Team? Like, how much more gas in the tank do we get before it feels like there's not a lot of releases? Or before GW is going to have to like cycle back and just be like, all right, we're putting Rubric Marines back in because we don't have anything else. We're bringing back the Rubric Marines. We're bringing back the Harlequins. Here's some new rules for them. Is there another tournament coming up for it? If there is, I don't know what I want to play at it. I finished my Raptor team, but I don't know if I want to play the Raptor team. I'm in that same mindset that I used to be in when I think one of my teams was like suddenly really good. Oh yeah, it was Warp Coven. The top of the new edition in Warp Coven was insanely good. I didn't want to play him, not because it was like, oh, I'm trying to... It'll make it unfun if I play, right? Not that. It's more like there was going to be so much like nerfing of stuff going forward that whatever I was playing, I wasn't going to be able to get used to because it was going to change all very drastically. The fact that they got pulled out of the tournament cycle and then their armor saves went back up to 2 from 3, that's like weird to me. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know if it's a lull because if you have new models coming out, that Kill Team is where you kind of want to launch it. I mean, Jesus Christ, they launched the Nightbringer through Kill Team. That's crazy. Like, that showed me that they had a lot of faith in the gameplay, that like the community and everything. They were like, yeah, we're giving you guys the launch of the Nightbringer. It's like, what? To the dismay of every Necron player ever. I gotta buy what to get my new Nightbringer? And now we're out here just like, eh. I mean, we're getting the Red Terror. That's kind of cool. But I don't think we're getting anything cool with him. Like, are we at that point now where this new, the new IG team, you could basically be like, well, if I have the right models from my other IG teams, I guess I'll just use those and just use the rules. Because a lot of the models look exactly the same as, like, the Kasserkin models in terms of, like, loadouts. So why not just play your Kasserkin as this new team? Which isn't new, necessarily. The Legionary were that way. All the Legionary specialists could easily be converted over to, like, the Night Lord team specialists. But I mean, I guess if another tournament happens, maybe I'll bring my salvagers back out. They've been buffed twice. Like, I won a tournament with them already, and they've been buffed twice. They've got about one. They've got like what, half a year in them before they get cycled out, because it's September, right? Yeah, we back on our Zangs. Trying to get them prepped up. Took a break after power painting 2 defilers in like 2 days. We're not even done the defilers yet. I got all the extra parts over there in the corner. I gotta get them painted up. And on top of that, because I played in that tournament, got third. One of the Emperor's Children players that took, I think, like second, because I think he lost by 1 point in his final round. His whole thing was like hyper focusing on tormentors, and I never really thought of tormentors in the way that I guess like you'd think of cultists. Well, yeah, you're looking at small tourneys, but if you get like a golden ticket through a tourney and you want to go, you're gonna have to play a normal list, like an actual classified, because the big tourneys are all classified, declassified, since they're GW like related. So it'd be extra weird to get a golden ticket and then like get it with a team that's not from a classified list. I do feel like a lot of just local teams or local groups don't want to do that though, because their local players probably don't care as much. Which is reasonable. I mean, the whole big joy of Kill Team was like you pick the team you really want to play, the one that really speaks to you and your play style, and then you put the time and effort to make them look cool. Because it's just one squad. I mean, do the really cool stuff. Get the fun basing, you know, maybe get some like OSL on there. Oh, that's a really cool plasma gun glow you got going on that guy's shirt. You put the love and care into it because there's not a lot in front of you. And then this season they were like, yeah, those teams that you put a lot of love and effort into, hopefully you find a team they can represent. You can keep playing them that way. If not, well, good luck. I think I brought it up in a video when the new season launched, where I was like, classified, declassified might end up being kind of bad. I get it, but I also think there might need to be a different way to deal with it. What, just the unclassified teams? Who wins an unclassified only? Is it Wormblade? I don't know. They definitely just buffed Thousand Suns back to being pretty good. 2+ save on regular soldiers. I feel like Harlequins are just underrated, or rather underpowered. I don't think Harlequins take it. Honestly, it might be a toss-up between things like Wormblade and Warp Coven. Well, the Corsairs are really good. The Corsairs are genuinely good. The ability for you to just be like, well, this round I'm going to pick up 4 of your models and there's nothing you can do about it. If you time it and position just right. Just right. Like, the worst matchup for a Corsair is another Corsair player. Gotta fix up some of these like bad spots on this. I need to see if my buddies want to try to play some more games, but like properly at the right time of day. So we're not playing till freaking 2 in the morning. Because the place we go at our friend's house to play, he's going to be a little shut off of that for like a month or two. So I'll have to see everyone else's schedule, see if they're cool for like Saturdays or something. We got our one friend who was really getting back into it. Like really getting back into it. Then he had to take a break for a bit because he's trying to find a house in this current economy. He's been spending all of his time basically going into dirt holes and being told, like, yeah, this is $250,000. It's been super fun for him. I feel like I have mostly declassified teams. Like, I could bring all my declassified teams for people to, like, pick up and play if they want to try one out. Just start looking at the rules now and see what you can figure out. Like, if you want to try Wormblade, then would be the time, because a Wormblade team, if you don't already have one, is like $200. And I have one. I bought it. I got all excited for having it. I played it a bunch of times. It played really well. And then I kind of moved on. The one like Brazilian kid that was really good with them, who went to tournaments all the time that they interviewed about it. Yeah, I felt what he was talking about. The way he put it was, if you play the Wormblade, you get one moment, right, in every game. One specific play. And if that play works, you win. Bat reps? Wait, what was I doing? What's happening? Oh, battle reports. God, my brain's too much on like working out that I was like, what kind of special report or what kind of special exercise was I doing? And how do you know about it? I don't know. I definitely fell into, after experimenting with battle reports as much as I did, I fell into the issue that Bricky had with it. I fell into the issue that I think the Glacial Geek had with it. Battle reports are problematic. They take so long to put together. The result of it usually isn't like enough, right? Like, I get that people view YouTube as like the whole, oh, just do it because you love it kind of situation. Well, me doing it because I love it is me spending like probably 20 hours in a week doing it. And if I'm putting things on like a pedestal, right, and being like, what's the thing I want to do for 20 hours a week, I'd much rather play the games than I would make the battle reports for them. Because 20 hours is a boatload of games, right? Whereas 20 hours is technically like one game plus all editing. So I either hypersimplify the battle report to the point where no one wants to watch it anymore. Like, if I don't put the same level of effort and quality in, would you still watch? If it was like a GoPro camera on my head and we were just like, all right, this round I'm going to use this ploy. Like, it just not voiced over. I don't talk a lot about the plays and strategies necessarily as like a voiceover later. Maybe I do. Like, would that still be intriguing? Or would that just be like, oh, it's not a lot of effort, so I don't want to watch it anymore? Because those were really hard to pull off, man. I tried to do a couple like later, and it just did not work out. Because I'm either going to play a game by myself and record it, where I play two armies at the same time, which, if you know how the rules work in Kill Team, 40k, all that, that is a misery. Having to remember two teams' rules, ploys, stratagems to try to get you like a good thing. Because I haven't been able to get my friends out to like wander over here and play. Like, I can set up a spot to record. I don't have issues with that. I've got the room for it. But I got to get them to come out, want to play, get a recording in. It gets crazy, man. I'd like to do them, but I mean, I'm pointing back to like what Bricky figured out with him when he bought a channel that was already pre-established, had a pre-existing foot traffic that seemed good. He had this really cool plan of like getting people to come out and play, like big people, either like online celebrity people who play Warhammer that maybe you didn't know played Warhammer. Maybe people from the community, like if you could get the tabletop guys to come out. I tried, man. I put a lot of effort into the battle reports we did. I had all the things preset, the fire, all that stuff going back and forth. I downloaded metric tons of like weapon sounds and things. Figured out how to augment sound files to like make regular gunfire sound like alien laser beams and stuff. Like, I did a lot like of personal work, personal effort, personal growth to get to a point where I could be like, I love these as I was putting them out. And I did. I really enjoyed putting them out. But then like you'd drop them and you'd get like 10,000 views on one and then like 2,000 views on the next. And you're just like, uh-oh. There was also one guy here that had silver. No gems. Here he is. Because I wouldn't mind it if I could just speed it up and still maintain quality. I could only really do the kill team ones, though, which, I mean, yeah, it's fine. I don't have a big enough space to be able to record 40K. I have sort of the way to do a live stream game, but even then, it's about setting it up, right? Like, if I'm going to do a live stream of a game, I got to make sure with my friends, like, hey, you guys cool with me live streaming the game we're playing? And then, like, showing up early and getting it all set up, because I have this box, and the box would let me technically run 2 cameras into a single thing that I could do as, like, a overlay situation that's actually built into the box itself. So I could do a dice cam and then an overhead cam, and then if I maybe was able to, I could do like a in the action cam that I could like have like a hand cam situation for. And I wouldn't need a computer for it. It actually just all works. You just plug it in through the Ethernet cable to a router, and then you just click go live, and it would go live on my channel, which is pretty cool. It's the whole reason I bought it, actually. I might do an 11th. I just don't know how. Like, how I would want it to really feel. But that's just something I got to deal with. I did a 10th, and then I think I pulled it down. Because I did a 10th, it wasn't getting a lot of viewership, and there were a few things in it that when I finished it and I looked back, I was like, oh god, that's wrong, actually. Like, some more things came to light, some FAQs dropped that was like, no, that's not how that works. Even though a lot of people thought it was how it works, and including me, and then all of a sudden GW was like, no. This is how it works. And I was like, well, I have a whole ass video out that is like partially invalidated. That took me like a week to put together. So, not good. So I just pulled it down. Because I feel like every day I was getting comments was like, hey, did you see this? And I was like, yeah, it's the pinned comment, guy. Did you check the pinned comments where I clearly went over all the things that changed? Just every day waking up to more and more like, hey, man, that's not right. It's like, we could try it. The true benefit is that a lot of the rules for 11th is that they're going to be free. So at least I'll have, well, hopefully. So at least I'll have access to a lot of things. Because there are some key changes that make me like a little interested in what's happening. I know a lot of people keep talking about how cover's going to be working, how different it's going to be, and I kind of do want to go over it. I feel like that's maybe one of the biggest elements in like any Games Workshop, maybe even just tabletop game in general, is how does the terrain on the field affect you, right? It baffles me to this day that people don't seem to get it. Like, it's just one of those like learning moments, I guess, of trying to figure out how someone could hear something and then have their brain click and be like, oh, I get it now. Because that's what makes me really happy when I finish a video and then I start seeing people like bring that up where they're just like, I had no clue. I had no clue. I'd been doing it this way because I thought that that was the terminology for it. But after that breakdown you hit me with, I get it now, and it's so much easier to... That makes me so happy, man. But, like, even the stuff I've done for Kill Team, like, Can I See It? Which, that's still, like, a video I get comments on and views, like, daily. Or at least what feels like daily. Once in a while, I'll get someone who's just like, you didn't explain anything. And then, like, they just get mad. Or they'll be like, you didn't explain this. And I'm like, I'll actually take a minute, rewatch my entire video because it's not fresh in my head, find the part where I did talk about it, and then link them the timestamp to go like, no, it's right there. We did go over it. It's this moment. Did you skip it? '11th, I'm just going to do piece by piece because I find that doing phase by phase stuff is important. And then within those phases, if there's a key thing like, you know, can you shoot something, that's when you take a second, right? You're just like, all right, pick a target. But what does that mean? Por dia. And then you go into it. The only reason I did a whole separate video for Kill Team for, like, Can I See It is because even though I thought I'd covered everything in detail, I started noticing people online be like, I don't get it. I still don't get it. So I compiled all of their questions, like, from Reddit and everything, and I was just like, all right, let me do a whole other video specific to this. No, yeah, stupid comments are engagement, but it's like, I don't know. It feels bad if my goal was to teach you something and then we come out the other side with you not knowing something. But at the same time, I recognize that that is a possibility. Like, I deal with people on, like, a daily basis where you start to realize kind of, like, the flaws of humanity, I guess, is the dark way to put it. Like, people who won't read, like, a whole statement. They'll read a little bit of a statement and then make an assumption of the rest of it and then just go through life in that fashion. They'll just be like, oh, I don't need to finish this sentence. I'll just, you know, assume the ending and I'll just keep going. It's like, might want to keep reading. I don't know if that's a way to, you know, like, travel and do what you're doing. This guy's saying, hit up Bricky. Hit up Bricky like I'm even on their radar. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I wouldn't mind talking to people about, like, Kill Team, 40K, all that. I tried to do it once with, like, my buddies, like some of my friends. Oh no, did my music cut out? Oh, that's right, we're watching on YouTube, which means it's asking me if I'm still alive. Thanks, YouTube, for checking for signs of life. I mean, it would be a cool crossover, but I think at the very least, I could play the like, can I see it game. I just wish I knew like a key way to tell people things about it, right? Because I can always teach in the method that I learn, but if somebody else doesn't think in the same terminologies, then like I've done nothing to help other people outside of like people who think with my weird same brain. Because when I think of like kill team rules and how cover works and stuff, I think of it in terms of like keywording, right? Like buffs and debuffs. So a lot of ideas out of like D&D and tabletop RPG style stuff. It's, oh, in this moment you have the keyword for in cover. And that doesn't always mean something necessarily, but in a lot of situations it might. So I tell people about that, and I'm like, there you go. And then half the people are like, I still don't understand. Okay. Ugh. If I could find a group of people who love T-Suns as much as I do, so we can bitch when the rules come out. That's the big thing. Do we think Oath of the Moment gets nerfed? Do we think Oath of the Moment finally become something slightly different? Please? They spent all that time talking about 10th and how there wasn't going to be like a lot of recursion rolling and all that. Like, they wanted it to feel more like everything you did had like a finite type existence to it. So, I got to shoot these 20 bolt guns at you. I'm only going to be able to roll once for the 20 shots, and then we'll see what happens. And maybe it won't kill you, maybe it will. We'll find out. And everyone was like, wow, that's going to be great. It's going to be a great way to play this game. And then the first frickin' faction they drop is like, yo, how many rerolls do we actually need? Do we need like all the rerolls? What if we went pure efficiency? I gotta tell you, man, when I play against a Space Marine player and I feel like they never take dice out of the dice box as a miss, feels pretty good. Feels real good experiencing that firsthand. Feels so good. How do you like my my archer shaman? I already have 3 shaman. So I decided the new shaman that I got out of the spearhead box would be an archer shaman. That way, if there's a cool upgrade for him in a detachment that feels like a bow and arrow. I would have been completely fine if like every Space Marine faction had like access to a type of doctrine. Right? Like if it was just like doctrine. I mean, granted, that's kind of horrifying because usually some of those doctrines are like fallback and charge. And fallback and charges, or even fallback and shoot, fallback and charge, those are crazy. Some of the most powerful actions and abilities in the game, which is why Hexwarp Thrallband is so good. Full-size squad of Terminators that can fall back and shoot. Bare minimum. Fall back, shoot, and charge if they're having a good day. But dude, not only the rerolls, but the +1 to wound. +1 to wound kills me, man. In more ways than one. The fact that it's just like, you can build a Space Marine army around the idea of just having like 100 regular ass bullet shots. Like, not a lot of good fire, just hundreds of it. And that you can just slow mark important objects every single round and just kill it. Like, oh, you've revealed your Mutilith Vortex Beast. Let me immediately kill it with bolt guns. No. So angry. So angry. Yeah, Phalanx and Hexwarp are two of the best attachments you can have. Like, honestly, I know some of the top players try to play Cabal, but like, let's be real. Rubricai Phalanx and Hexwarp Thrallband. I prefer Hexwarp because Hexwarp not only comes with the fallback shoot and potential charge, it also comes with 6-inch deep strike for Terminators. That's the real reason I like Hexwarp. It's because I get to play that game of just like, I kind of want to drop my 10-man squad over here. 6-inch deep strike. Here we go. And then you just take a bunch of DPs with wings. And those things, dude, my DP with wings... 2 of them that I had killed Be'lakor. Just straight up killed Be'lakor. The full rerolls with Psychic, and then in Hexwarp Thrallband +1 to wound on their melee attacks. My god, man. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Yeah. And then that's the other thing. We don't have the CP cost like fixes that other armies get in bulk. We did. It was one of our spells. We lost it. I still cannot believe they took away our ability to do a spell to see if we can reduce the cost of CP. That's the other thing too. If they could open our spells to last longer than a single phase, right? That's when I knew I was going to be disappointed with the spell casting in Thousand Suns, is when I was thinking of going Zangor, specifically because you could mark things for full rerolls. Full rerolls with extra AP on a single unit and then send a 20-man squad of Zangors into it. Oh, would have been so cool, especially since in the Zangor detachment, you could take a guy, like you could take a guy with an enhancement that came with sustained attacks. So you could get full rerolls to hit, sustained attacks on 20 dudes, I think swinging 3 times each. That you could sacrifice up to 3 out of that squad for not a command point. This was the detachment rule. You could go +1 to wound, and then they could be AP 1, damage 1, strength 5. Dear God. No, don't give us a spell to generate. Give us a spell to make something free or cost 1 less. Like the old system. That's just as good, in my opinion. That way you can still, if you have that command, if you play the half detachment like I do, where you play half demons, you actually bring Kairos. So Kairos can generate a command point, and then you can reduce the cost of 1. It's so good, man. So good. Probably one of my favorite things to do. I do think it sucks that we lost cultists, which were our sticky function, though. I miss sticky. Although, Hexwart Thrallband, that lets you sticky objectives. I think it's the landmine sticky? No, landmine sticky is the armor detachment. I think the whole purpose of that is to just sticky an objective with a defiler on it, then just leave the defiler sitting on it. People have to overexert. What's up, Jack? Well, I'm feeling 11th. I know a lot of my friends are more explicitly like not really wanting to play too much more 10th in weight of 11th, which, I mean, sure. We're trying to prep all these Zangors under the assumption that because of how detachments are going to be working going forward, I might be able to rock a Zangor detachment as like one of my chunks so that I can get the 2OC Zangors to hold objectives. And then to actually pick something else that actually matters. Dude, magic goats, man. I'm going to have 2 squads of 20. 2. We made it. We got there. I think I can run 3 squads of 20, actually. So the Mutant Herd detachment, the main thing is it gives Zangors battle line and gives them 2OC. That's like the big thing. So in my thought process of like what could be cool, there is the half demon detachment, which I am wondering how this is going to work. If it just gives me access at a 2,000 point game to 1,000 points worth of demons, which then I can just throw all the demons into this. I don't know how that. It's a whole weird thing. I don't think it'll work because technically you want Zangors. I think the Enlightened have to go there, and then regular Zangors go into the. I don't know. It's a whole stupid thing. Considering how powerful the Thousand Sun Demon detachment is, I think it should be 1 point. It's not that good. It's just not. The birds are the thing that make it, and you don't get the best benefit the birds have, which you get out of the straight-up Scintillating Legion detachment. The ability to stay safe in a corner and just send fodder out so you can shoot things in the face. But I think like fodder detachment should be a single detachment point. Like if you're running a Jackal detachment, probably single detachment point. The Zangor detachment, same thing. The Chaos detachment that's heavy on cultists, probably the same thing. I think that could work a little bit better. All right, we need to get their robes set up. One of the main things we're doing a little differently with the Zangor here is that their robes are going to be white. I haven't done white robes on Zangors since the kill team. So we need to work up the errors on the white robes before we get too much farther. I bring Kairos and usually I think like 1 bird. Let's actually get rid of this. Get a new thing down. Nundums in a Black Templar list? I don't think so. I don't think there's a combo for that. I hope they simplify the detachment. So, okay. They kind of did. We can kind of take a look at it. I think they've made stratagems easier to understand by a lot. And I'm going to show you why. Let me get some stuff together. Pull up the corn detachment again. Scroll down to the one I'm thinking of. Hit up Waha to show you this other one. Penitent engines are cool, but I don't think you can put them in Black Templar. There was an old system where you could take allies with anything, and it was like weird. So there was alignment-based allies where you were usually fine, but then there was like unalignment-based allies where you had chances of like not doing anything for a turn. Like I could take a squad of Rubrics and a squad of Ultramarines, and if they were too close to each other on the battlefield, you'd roll a dice, and then if like you rolled poorly, they would just stare at each other and do nothing for the round. Thousand Suns. Warp Forged. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Look at how this is laid out. Look how kind of like straight up. It's just like you get demon vehicles. Demon vehicles get access to this. It is shooting and fight phase, and that's this. That's the symbols here, so that you know, like off the rip, you can kind of like look at this and be like, oh, okay. Selected to attack. It's a demon vehicle. This is the effect. Ignores these modifiers. In a bullet point system, it's like this, these. That's all you care about. Okay? This is it. This is the exact same thing. This is Malevolent Animus from the Thousand Suns Warpforge. Until the start of your next command phase, your vehicle unit is malevolent. Who gives a shit? Why did you need to tell me this? There's nothing about that matters to me. It's not a keyword, none of it. While a unit is malevolent, okay, it can ignore any or all modifiers to the following: the profile characteristics of its models. Now, that's a little important, but honestly, if you come here and you put dot toughness and strength, same goddamn thing. Or even toughness, strength, move. Right? That's very key. Toughness, strength, move. Because then it also does weapon skill, ballistic skill, as well as dice rolled for tests. So it'd be like toughness, strength, move, leadership, blah, 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 whatever. And then in parentheses, excluding modifiers to saving throws, which you just leave off of this bullet point list, saves. And it's just so much easier to see. This doesn't go like, and at the top of here, it's like, you spend a command point, your vehicle is now brazen. What does that even mean? That means nothing. Why does it need to be brazen? Just tell me what it does. Boom. There it is. So comparative. Current stratagem that exists for a detachment that is just a bunch of word soup that literally just means this with a couple more bullet points. So that, for me, that's a key difference between where 10th is and 11th. Is whoever's writing this is thinking more in terms of streamlining and simplifying. Whereas in 10th, they claimed they were doing it and still managed to chuck this at us. So that's super fun. Super fun. No, you can't take anything, sisters in Black Templar. The only actually no, maybe. All right, we're gonna check Waha until someone yells at me because it is technically a piracy site. How does this work? Because you wouldn't be pulling them from here. You'd be pulling them from here. Select attachment, blah, blah, blah. If your army faction is not agents of the Imperium, but every model in your army has the Imperium keyword, you can include agents of the Imperium units. If they do not have the faction keyword, you select it in the select army faction step. In this case, the maximum number of agents of Imperium you can include is you can take 2 retinue, 1 requisition, 2 character. I think this allows you to take a sisters unit because I think this is what knights were doing at one point. Because you have these in here. So sisters, sanctifiers. I think those are the only sisters squads. Oh, sisters of battle immolator. Is vigilant a sisters thing? I can't remember. Watchmaster, Vindicator, Rogue, Navigator, Ministorum, Inquisitors, Eversource. So none of these are sisters characters. But Sanctifiers, Scouts, Assigned Agents. Sanctifiers were sisters, right? Yeah, they get cherubs. These are the heavy weapons guys, right? Meltagons. Yeah, these are the heavy weapons. Immolator, that's the big flamer tank. Immolation Flames, Torrent, 2d6, 611. The twin multi-melta as well. Was a Vigilant Squad sisters? Proctor, Vigilance. No, I know what the Vigilants are. They got a Mastiff. They're not. So you could technically bring, I think, like one of these, right? Because what are these? Retinue, character, requisition. So you get 1 requisition unit, 2 character units. There are no character units. So I think you could get one of these, right? Sanctifiers. Storm Priest or Inquisitor model from your army with the leader ability. Can be attached to a sister battle squad. It's attached to unit. Retinue. So this is a retinue. A retinue. So you can get 2. So you could take 2 Sanctifier squads and I think one of these. Right? Because it's not retinue. And you could technically in the Sanctifier squad, you could take something from here. Or no, not there. Here. You could take an Inquisitor, Greyfax, a Priest. There you go. So, to my understanding, because this is a transport, right? So you get 6 Ordo Hereticus infantry models. These guys are Ordo Hereticus? Yes, no. Sisters of Battle Squad. So Sanctifiers, no. But these, which are also a retinue? No. Infantry, Grenades, Imperium, Order, Requisitions, Sister. It's too much. It's too much for my brain. I don't know. Oh yeah, they're sisters as well. I don't know. This is how you take them, just normal. If you're playing local or with friends, you can do whatever the hell you want. Yeah. Armies I collect. Emperor's Children, which I am almost full of outside of like Terminators, which I don't care to purchase. Thousand Suns, which I am also almost full of. Almost completely, actually. Demons, specifically Tzeentch Demons, because of the Thousand Suns, which I have a ton of. I have a lot of really cool stuff from that. And then I have Chaos Knights, which I have a lot of. I also have GSC, but I'm trying to offload them. Because I don't really want to play GSC. I should have listened to my gut when I was purchasing GSC. The original idea was that I was going to stick with Tzeentch Demons, because Tzeentch Demons are kind of GSC-esque. They're not completely there. But they have a lot of like uppy-downy. They have a lot of like movement shenanigans and off-board shenanigans and stuff, which is what I wanted. And my buddy talked me into getting the GSC for that purpose. But now that I've actually played, I'm like, eh. Yeah. The War Dog detachment's pretty cool, too. I actually like it. It's the detachment that lets you do a full attack or shoot once your unit dies. We're just going to fix up the robes with a little bit of white in preparation for what I'm going to apply after. If your sister likes Chaos Demons as well, like if she decides like, oh, I really like Slaanesh or something, Chaos Demons are also allyable to the Chaos Knights. You can take about 500 points of them right now. I don't know what it's going to be in 11th. I don't know if that's going to persist. But what a lot of people do currently, if they're going to play Knights, is they try to take some demons alongside it so that the demons can perform actions and do all like the mission-y stuff while the Knights are focusing entirely on killing and surviving, which is very important for a Knights list if you're going to play. Yeah, Bloodhounds, Khorne. Full dog list. Go for it. Bloodhounds are pretty quick. Probably super useful when it comes to trying to get missions done. A lot of people lean more into Nurgle just because Nurgle's tough, so you put them on objectives, then they're hard to kill, but doesn't necessarily matter. Just getting a couple smaller, cheaper units on the field that you don't worry as much about is already a step in the right direction. IMO. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. She might want to look into something she can add to them. I'm pretty sure I showed you this. Let me grab one out of the glass here in a second. So I had a bunch of spare parts from my Mauler Fiend. So I took all my Armiger dogs and stuff and I gave them actual tails. So all my like small knights have this little like whip tail on them. And if it's mostly about the tail, like if that's kind of the focus about why she kind of wants them, or the idea of being a dog, the specific Chaos mid-tier knight that we get also comes with a tail. So even if you don't build this model, like the Abominant, if you don't build for the Abominant, you can still build the same bottom part, so you can still get this tail. So that's the Ruinator box, but the Ruinator box comes with the Abominant as well as parts to build, I want to say, the Desecrator. There's a bunch of different versions that come out of the Ruinator box. But the trick is, what they'll usually tell you to do is, oh, you want to build the Desecrator? Don't give it the tail. Well, nothing says you can't. There's no reason for you not to, so just do it. Like, the tail being on it doesn't matter. The tail on the Abominant represents the extra attacks, but that doesn't, like, it doesn't matter. The stats and the card represent the extra attacks, in all honesty. So if you want, like, a Ruinator with a tail, do it. If you want a Desecrator with a tail, do it. Infernus Marine. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Always fun to get the first paint jobs done. Start getting a feel for it. It's always a different story between, like, thinking about painting something and then eventually putting brush on a model. And then having that moment where you're like, oh, I kind of get it. Auto hit Overwatch is neat. Overwatch changing, though, we have to see how that's going to work, because Overwatch occurs at the bottom of the move phase. So I feel like if units move from vision out of vision, I wonder how that's going to work. And auto hits are fine. You need to kind of overindulge, though. This is something I've noticed about command point ploy usage and stuff like that. It might be a good idea for you to have, like, a big scary Overwatch model if your plan is to Overwatch, right? I've met people, or I've played against people who are just like, oh, let me Overwatch that, and the thing they're going to Overwatch with is something that, like, shoots 3 times, and it's a little weird because you mathematically in your head, you're like, you're going to hit me with, like, maybe nothing here. Like, there's a high chance you're not going to hit me with anything, and you're spending a command point to do it. Like, if it was free, okay, I get it, but that command point could be used for something entirely different than completely missing me. Like, I remember that it happened in the Knights game I played at the tournament. I moved a squad up, and the guy was like, I'm going to Overwatch with my 2 Meltaguns. And it's like, okay. I mean, if it goes off, it goes off. We're playing a dice game. That's cool. But you're not going to have those command points for later, so hopefully you don't need them, I guess. Yeah. I play Thousand Suns, man. We're all about flamethrowers. I get my Rubric Marines with the AP1 damage 1 D6. I can get 10 of them in a squad, so upwards of 60 at like a max roll, which I mean you're not going to do, but on average you're going to hit for about 35, 40. And if you're on an objective that I don't control when you're done moving, I get full rerolls on my wound rolls. So it's pretty cool. Pretty devastating. Not a lot of people enjoy that. I actually killed a squad of Terminators doing that once. But if I had a 5-man squad of Rubrics or something, I don't think I spend the command point on that Overwatch, because maybe I kill 1 Terminator and I still lose the squad for a command point. Like, what did I do? What did I do there? In Furnace Marines, though, you find the right target. Oof. So good. Position them perfectly so that if you're playing against like an Aldari player, they have to step out next to you to stop you from doing what you're doing, and you just flamer them to death. These guys are hard to hold down. Might as well be able to kill them in their own phase. Although, Aldari can turn off Overwatch, so you have to be careful with that. You're going to go a Salamander's detachment and Furnace Marines, Meltas, a bunch of Rhinos, Razorbacks maybe. Probably not Razorbacks. Probably not even Rhinos anymore. I think Impulsors are just the way to go. You're going to run a Flamer-based Black Templar army. That seems interesting. Are you going explicitly from the Black Templar Codex for detachments, or are you going to try to run like the one fire-based Spearhead detachment from like the regular stuff? Because I know that's something that Space Marines are able to do, is you're able to either run from your Codex detachments, or you're able to like pull from the general detachments, which is pretty poggers. Could be cool. You are going to run into some problems with just flamers, though, against armored units. Like you said, if your sister plays War Dogs, you're going to have a bit of issue into them unless you have like different weaponry to choose from. You might not have to over-inundate on the flamers. Although +1 to wound is sick with flamers. Like, it really just is. The +1 to wound you can have access to, usually. Although, if you're playing specifically BT, I don't think you get it. I think you only get the BT variant. Which, if you're going pretty heavy on melee as well, isn't the worst. +1 to wound, I think, in melee, and you get some really good attacks in there. Ugh, I hate that it's getting warm. Now I have gnats in my room again. Stupid gnats. They can't charge me is going to be very based on where you're sitting with terrain. Because right now in 40k, the current system is if you start out of sight, you can still charge. Since units like regular squads of people can kind of run through walls, the trick is to have something that blocks vision. Like if you put your flamers on the other side of something that blocks vision, if an enemy is able to put a squad in that area close to you that you can't see, they can still charge into you. You can't overwatch right now when they make it to you in combat. So you'd have to be able to flamer them at the top of it. So if you can't see them at the top, then that's it. Like you're not going to be able to overwatch. You're just going to get hit with whatever they're about to hit you with. It's something I have to figure out pretty consistently playing Thousand Suns. Because Overwatch is kind of important in K-Suns, either with a Flamer squad or you can rock a bunch of Sectar robots and just get some free ones. Speaking of which, I need maybe 1 or 2 more squads of just full Sectar units. I think I want to do it. And like I said, things like Aldari can turn off your ability to overwatch them. If you shoot a bunch of flamers at a war dog, you're probably not going to kill it. You might chip like a wound or 2 off. I wonder if they still have it. There was a specifically flamethrower style unit that I ran into at a tournament that was just beyond obnoxious. I didn't know how to crack the armor on it. There's a lot of Aldari local to me. One of my friends plays Aldari pretty frequently. Beverage. Space Marines. There's other ways of doing it too. Emperor's Children have a detachment enhancement that allows you to get out of you get out of a transport and can then move and charge into an enemy without Overwatch possibilities. There might be other ones as well, but let me look up. I'm trying to remember what the hell this unit was called. Space Marines have too many goddamn units, man. what is it called? No, not this. Centurion Assault. That might have been what it was. Oh, no, it was this. What the hell did he put in this, too? I think this might have been his Calgar unit. Oh, he might have put this in there, actually. No, he wouldn't have done that. Maybe he did. Okay. So I played against a Space Marine who did this to me. I don't know if you're going to have access to it in Black Templar, but I'm just going to show you it. Yeah. He had a whole squad, a full 6-man squad of this, that he walked out into the middle of the field. They're T6, 3 wounds each, so they're almost like a Terminator. They got a 3-up save. The big thing about them that was obnoxious was this. Flamestorm Gauntlets. So they all have a D6 plus 1, so you're already minimum 2 across 6 people, so minimum 12 attacks. 401 on a flamethrower. If you shoot at your closest target, which if something moves close to you, that's your Overwatch, so it's AP 1, damage 1, strength 4. Yeah. So he just sat this in middle. And if anything moved near it, it was just this. Getting shot at you. And I think he did Calgar. Because if you run at them and don't kill them, they get to advance. Or they get to fall back and then shoot. So, there you go. But you could also throw this in there instead. Which allows you to Overwatch for free. So this is the unit. I can't remember which one he had. I think he did Calgar in it, but you could do a captain. And then just get your free Overwatch. And then just this. Just sitting in the middle of the field at T6. $190 points there. An extra 80. About 200 something, so a quarter of your army, and then you just got to put like a bunch of other cheap stuff on the field. Might need to take a break for a minute. What time is it? I got food in the slow cooker. Man, you're out here playing Black Templar when you really should be playing Sisters. Everything in that army is about flamethrowers. I'm gonna pick a headdress color for this guy. Okay. Other things we want to do. We can work on the discs a little bit more. I got to do the bone color on 2 of them. Sisters are like a billion flamers, man. Like everything in that army is just like, how many flamers can I bring? So you could take a Sanctifier squad, I think. That's the Heavy Flamer squad. I think that's what I was looking at. It's an Imperial Agent thing. Or you could take that tank that's like all flamers. Bones, bones, bones. Painting all the bones. So one of their tanks is a transport. It has the ability to transport units, and depending on what you can actually put in, I know there was a way. I'm pretty sure there was a way and a method where one of the opponents I played had one of those tanks and a squad that goes in it. It's only like 6 people though, so you don't get the full size squad. I think that's the combo. It's because the Retinue squad was the Flamer squad, I think, which is a 6-man squad, and then the tank holds 6 people in it. So you take one as your Retinue slot, and then the other as like a requisition or whatever the other thing you could take is. That way you can take a squad with the flamers inside of the tank with the flamers. And you just have a huge flamethrower unit on the field. For kind of cheap. Not super cheap, but kind of cheap. I don't think it can carry Black Templar, though. Because it's supposed to be like Ordo Hereticus, so I think it's explicitly whatever you bring from the Ordo Hereticus side of things. If you're trying to lean into flamers, though, you got that Land Raider that comes with flamethrowers on it. That you could put Black Templar in. Get some melee Templar in there, pile up to someone, drop them out of the tank, charge in. Then you just got a big-ass flamethrower sitting behind them. E-Champ. All right. What time is it? 5:33. I might be around a little bit longer. I am trying to get at least a chunk of these done so we can start building tormentors and stuff. If not today, sometime this week. I want them out of the way because tormentors are just the Emperor's Children scoring unit. Like, you need a good bit of them if you really want to, like, succeed and cause problems. Infiltrator with Sticky is sick. And honestly, if I take enough of them, I might decide to lean back into playing frickin' Mercurial. Mercurial's still one of my favorite detachments because of all the mobility access it has. So, like, I like Phoenician with it. But I do honestly think Mercurial could just do so much better. And if the new detachments come out, as long as I can find a cheaper detachment where I could put my defilers in, leaving Mercurial for everything else could be really awesome. Because Mercurial is great for anything that isn't a vehicle or a monster. So if, like, Mercurial was 1 detachment point and Phoenician was 2, that would just be my list combo. I'd have a lot of, like, Tormentors sitting in Mercurial. And then I would rock out with the Phoenician. Although, what the hell would I go if I didn't go Phoenician? I wonder if there's value in doing the demon detachment with the defilers just so I could get the sustained hit increase on them. That's where things might get a little confusing. One of the stores near me is thinking of doing a painting contest for 40K. So I'm sort of debating. We'll see what they say, honestly. It's mostly about the prizes. Maybe like an entry fee. I don't know what they're going to do. Let me see if they've said anything recently. Fair enough. Probably go 40K prize personally. That's fair. Blah, blah, blah. Depends on when. Things are finally settling down for me, so I'll probably make a flyer for it tomorrow after I talk to GW on Friday about what prize support they offer. Okay. I'll have to keep an eye on it. And then we'll have to pick, as a community, which model I'm going to use. It's $5.39. I'm kind of hungry. A little hungry. So I might swap to the BRB screen real quick for you guys. And we'll be back. I'm going to grab some food, which isn't going to involve me wandering off. It's just over in my kitchen. So BRB. Actually, for you YouTube viewer people, let me add source. I think is it media? No. There you go. Oh, beef and broccoli. So delicious. Made in a slow cooker. People out here talking about age limits for frickin' painting contests. So let's take a minute. Yeah, let's go down these while I'm chilling, getting some food in me, fueling up. So we've already looked at the world leaders. Doot, 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 doot. So this is more Turt Frags area. The abhuman detachment, as he put it. Bulgren, Ogren, Ratlings. Commissar models can issue orders to abhuman. That's nice. What's up, Phaedrus? It's going alright. I made homemade beef and broccoli. It's pretty delicious. I'm trying to get caught up on all the Warhammer-y stuff. Oh. These are always funny, man. Like, you give a Commissar Feel No Pain of 4 because you're planning on running it out into the open field. I'm guessing you can put it into an Ogren squad or something, or like a Bulgren squad, and then you just run it out into the middle of the field and see how long it lasts on an objective. Because I have this in the frickin' Zangor detachment. You can put that on a Zangor Shaman. The squad doesn't get it. The Zangor Shaman does. Ooh. I like that. I wonder if there's going to be a couple other stealth armies that have access to being able to shoot and not losing hidden. Surprised he's going with the abhuman one, although he said he was collecting abhuman. Because I thought he liked the Tempestus. I mean, granted, if he has enough Tempestus, he could put the Tempestus in this unit and then put the abhumans in the other. +1 to hit when you come in from reserve, which is basically their kill team rule. Gives them battle line and OC too. That's pretty cool. You could run a full army of friggin' Tempestus Scions. What you up to, though, Phaedros? What you doing? Oh, this beef is really tender, but it's also very, like, sinewy and fat. I'm going to have to cut this up. Hot shot last carbons, blah, blah, blah. +1 to strength and AP. No downside, though. Neat. Signal flares. Shooting phase. Select a unit. One visible enemy unit. Within 12, that enemy unit is designated. So, yeah. So, a lot of what we're seeing for the rules in 11th is stuff built around the 15-inch loan up. Oh, nice. I think this is the third thing I've seen, actually, in these overviews that are like, oh, yeah, that 15, it's 18 now. I feel like movement's going to be crazy. I feel like what I'm reading... hang on. Delicious. How is this going to interact? So if I do this with my Scout Sentinels, I make things visible. Unit designated. That unit has +3 detection range. None of this says that you have to do this for this detachment, the designated targets concept. So I imagine designated targets, you just take Scout Sentinels and whatever here. You run forward, you mark targets, and then if you run a different detachment that has better guns, that are longer range for whatever reason, this then works with the other thing, because this doesn't say while a unit is designated, it's +3 detection range for other designated target units. It just becomes a universal thing. This could be interesting. Oh, you're talking about buying the models? I think I just need to buy the terrain mats, and I don't even know if I'm just... I feel like... Let me double check. Does Etsy have the terrain mats ready? Well, the cardboard terrain mats are... They're in 10th, just not sold as a specific thing. But now they're doing it, of course, for themselves, which is nice. Yep. They already have neoprene, which technically I don't want because neoprene shrinks. What is with the squiggles, though? Because they show the squiggles, but I don't think the squiggles are supposed to be a thing. $28. Yep, that's the set. $28, and they're actually printed in full color. Oh, no, 28. What's the difference? What's the difference between raw and full color? They don't show the raw. This seems like a trap. Like they want you to buy the $28 one, and then you get just like non-colored. What do you mean specifically highlights? Are you talking edge highlights, or are you talking trying to make the top areas brighter? Because we are painting today. I could try to show you something. Show you a little something, something. Raw, I think, just means it's going to be like a flat cut board. So when you're edge highlighting, if that's the kind of highlight you're trying to do, the goal is to get paint on your brush and then run it along the side, like actually along the side, like the edge. You kind of have to angle it so that only the flat part touches the other flat part. Right? But if what you're talking about is highlighting, got Nollan oil shades and I want highlights on the edge on a robe. So if you're trying to like brighten something up, yeah, dry brushing can be good. But the key to the dry brush is when you have to like make sure there's not a lot of pigment on this. So whatever you apply to it, you have to kind of like get off of it. Usually a textured surface helps for that. And then you have to go from the side you want to be brighter and then lift the further down you go so that you don't hit the lower parts. That's if you're trying to make sort of a flooded out bright to dark. The key thing is not having a lot of pigment on the dry brush. Spend more time on it, because if you do too much pigment on the dry brush, then you're just slathering pigment on and you're not actually brightening it. But if what you're saying is like on a robe and you want just like a specific peak, trying to find the right angle with a brush to just go along the peak with a color to brighten it, that's kind of your goal, is if you want to edge highlight. Always start from the point you want to be the brightest as well and work outward, because as the pigment leaves the brush, it'll start to darken. I'm just out here making bone tone color. Bone tone. What you trying to paint? A lot of painting is just controlling how much pigment is on your brush too. Like that's like 80% of painting and being good at painting is just making sure you don't have too much pigment on your brush, but also that you don't have too little. Because if you have too little, you're not going to notice any differences when you're working on it. You got to find that middle ground. Using Nollan shader on a robe, though? Trying to make the robe black? Wow. Nolan's a little awkward because Nolan is just black shader. It seeps into the crevices and creates like sort of cartoony lining. So you don't necessarily have to apply it to everything. I don't know. I've always been a person who likes my robes to feel a little bit more gradiated and colored. So I'll usually start with like the dark color that the robe's going to be. Like if it's going to be like a pink, I'll start with like a red or a purple. And then I'll just dry brush up to a pink usually. Because Nolan oil really does like knock stuff really dark. Yeah, I don't know what else they're going to do for like unit launches into 11th to get people excited for Space Marines. I mean, Space Marines get new stuff like every frickin' launch. It is interesting that they got rid of land speeders in the last frickin' season and then just brought them back this season. So close to each other, just to be like, no land speeders. By the way, land speeders. I don't know. That just feels awkward a little bit. Bone tone. But yeah, when you're painting, like I said, pigment control and then surface angle control is always really big. Especially robes. Robes are crazy, though. I'm starting to lean into believing that if you really want to paint robes well, if you can find a way to not put the robe onto the model, like it's a little weird. I think it's mostly from all the Infernal Masters I painted. The Infernal Master robes are miserable to paint. I can probably grab one, actually. So it's kind of like a darkish red that I built up to like a mid-orange. I don't know if the camera picks it up too much. And then I did blue on the inside. The whole way I got the blue on the inside was because I put this robe on after I was done painting. Oh, robes. The bane of Thousand Sun players everywhere. I had a better orange to yellow one, but he's kind of buried in my display case, so I don't want to go for him. So you getting hyped for 11th there, Alpha? Getting ready for it? That's what we're doing this for. If I can take multi-detachments, I want to see how I can make Zangors work. Because they've got to add, if what they're doing is making most of the Codex detachments 2 detachment points, and then they're going to make the new ones, like these specialized ones, 1 detachment point, I feel like there's got to be something there that I can tinker with. Where I take the list that allows me to take just ridiculous amounts of Zangors. And then supplement with something from the new stuff. Kind of glad I'm making the most recent Zangors skittled. Just giving them all the different color skin tones and stuff. Not really caring about the classic Zangor blue. Leaning into some greens and pinks and stuff. Make them look weird. Not bad. I think, when did I stop painting? Because I had most of my army together. Probably at the end of 4th. Way back then when I was originally playing. I think it was just after the Defilers got released. Which, full circle, baby. We're back. We came back, new Defilers. It happened. I think that was in 4th that occurred. Which would have been probably 2003 or 2. And then I came back at the top of 10th and like really hunkered down for it. I'm just looking forward to play. My local area is strong with the 40K, so I gotta try to keep up, get things together for it. Just took 3rd place at a Rogue Trader. I gotta go to a GT at some point here, though. I haven't gone to a GT yet. But that's some planning. That is some serious planning. One of the guys at the local club we play at, who's never done competitive before, and he's mostly done painting and playing like small side games and just having fun. Out of nowhere, he goes, I want to do competitive this year. I want to do competitive. So he signs up for a GT that was like 3 months down the line from when he signed up. And he was like, all right, I got to learn. Psycho mode. Most of us don't even touch GTs till after a few years of trying to play in our local area as well as just general RTTs. I mean, game rules are free. I guess the understanding isn't... I'm going to try to put out a video, I guess, when the 11th rules drop, going over like the method of play, the concepts, just general things. We'll try to figure that out. Because, yeah, to a lot of people, rules like this can be daunting, and I get that. I get that. Coming into it, I at least had a little bit of, like, a general understanding of tabletop games. I didn't know where 40K had gone since 5th edition. So there was a lot to catch up on. But one, like, every single, like, little moment of, like, well, this is how you move, and it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of how it was. So it wasn't too much of a departure, which is good. No, the rules have been made, well, not really, but the rules have been made extremely simple. So, like, arguments about rules don't really occur as much as you'd think. At least not anymore. Because, like, the arguments, I think the most arguments you'll get in general are kind of the classic arguments of, no, you can't see me there. Let me call a judge over and check. Playing by intent has kind of countered that a bit, and I know a lot of people don't enjoy the idea of playing by intent, but intent is the conversation point, so, like, you can at least get past certain moments in playing games where someone will move something and be like, I'm moving here with the intent of you not being able to see me from this angle, but I want to be able to shoot over to here. And then you can look at it as an opposing player and go, well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you I can see you if you go there. And if you move too far over this way, you're not going to be able to see the other guy. So I don't know if you can do it. So that's like the conversational bits. But 40K stopped doing blast templates, which were probably one of the biggest arguments in all of Warhammer history. Am I partially under? Am I wholly under? Do I get half strength? Is enough of my model under there that it all works out? That's gone. That's in 30K now. You can have those arguments over in 30K. But locally speaking, most of the rules conversations tend to just result in, getting to a point where you're like, well, this is how I was made to understand it, but if you can tell me, like, why that's different. All shades what? What are we talking about? Talking about my different colored Zangors. I am going for a little bit of a Skittles Zangor conglomeration. I think we might have different interpretations of intent. So the hand holding usually comes. That's been. How do I put this? That's been mostly like RTTs I've been to where someone's playing and they're like, this is my first game of 40K outside of like the 2 that I played with my friends. And I'm like, uh-oh. Like I have that moment. I'm like, all right. How much do I want to teach this guy? I think I want to color some of these shields. Like if I'm playing at an RTT and my opponent has no idea how to play, it's like, yeah, that at that point I guess there's that level of like, no. Okay, so that approach of being like, I'm not gonna tell you shit at all. So like it's happened a few times before. There were some moments that were recorded and tracked at super majors and stuff where someone like, oh god, my Acerman's already dried out completely, where someone was like doing something and wouldn't explain their rules or let someone know. Like they asked like, oh, could you do this? And they were like, no. Hang on, let me track back what you're saying. Ugh. I'm okay with playing by intent, but some people want to handhold or oh, you're talking about like, are you talking about people, you constantly having to talk about your rules every time anything happens? Expect my opponent to know what they're doing in a competitive scenario. In friendly games, sure, I'll hold your hand and break. Like, probably some of the oddity to it is part of like the general conversational bits of being like, if I'm not aware enough to play on a competitive level, and I'm like, all right, I move here, and then my opponent goes, okay, cool, I reactive move. Because that feels a little gotcha-y at first until you start to realize that the realm of this is, I want to move here. Could you do anything if I do? And at which point the opponent goes, I could reactive this, and you go, no, like that kind of stuff. And that allows you to be fairly quick about it. You won't have to know all the rules of your opponent going forward, kind of situation. Oh, why you're doing it? Yeah, no. If you don't recognize why your opponent's doing something, then I don't know. Like, I'm not going to be like, I'm moving here because I have all these other plans. But if someone withholds, like, if I move here, can you do anything? No. All right, I'm moving here. All right, cool, I reactive move. This was a thing. This was a problem in like a couple tournaments. There was a guy who was just doing that. And like, oh, it was bad. I think what was the best one? No, yeah, and that's fine. It's that's a problematic mindset, is being like, well, if I knew you were setting that trap, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, okay, cool, retain it, control it, and go forward with it, as opposed to being like, hey, can we rewind to 2 turns ago? Like, no, we can't. We just can't. You get the rundown at the top of the game usually of like, I have reactive moves, I can do this, blah blah blah, and you have to take it in your mind like, oh, he can do that, which means if he goes to these places, I'm screwed. Like, you have to have the experience for it. If you don't, then you don't. You just got to play and learn. Best way to learn the rules is to scale down and play at a lower scale and just work up. That's how I've always done this, is like 2 models, figure out kind of the general gist of like, all right, this is movement, this is charging, this is attacking, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so it's not as, so in a lot of people's minds, play by intent. Like the person I played against, who was very like I play by intent. He put all of his models down in the deployment phase. Like the normal deployment of like I put something down, you put something down, I put back and forth that way. He didn't. My setup didn't bother him because he doesn't have infiltrators, so he had no reason to put anything out for infiltrate, and he had 3 redeploys, so he just put all his stuff on the field. Which like advantage to me if I'm going to take advantage of it, but at the same time he had 3 redeploys, so it didn't necessarily become that. But that just let him get all his stuff on the field, speed up the game a little bit, stuff like that. Oh, there's my other Assermans. Yeah. But yeah, Alpha, definitely scale down. Just make sure you get the core rules and everything right if you haven't played like a lot. And then you start exploring the things where you're like, well, how do stratagems work? Then you have to start thinking of that, look into that. All right, we're going to get the Asserman down. And then we'll hit it with an actual layer blue when this dries. But I know one of the key moments, I think it was Vanguard Tactics, it was their team. I think it was in the last edition where they were doing a lot of play by intent stuff. And in order to speed up play while simultaneously not making too many mistakes, the one opponent that the guy had, or the one opponent from the Vanguard Tactics team, I think it was, again, I'm not fully 100% like, yeah, that was the direction. But he put a squad of stuff on the field that he was planning on deep striking in an area, so he wanted to see where it would go to make sure that other units and stuff he was moving around wouldn't interfere with that. So he put it on the field and let it go, and he said this out loud. Like, he said that that's why he was doing this interaction. He just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to screw up his deep strike. And the opponent didn't say anything about it until he put the stuff on the field and then let go of it. And the guy went, all right, that's your move phase. Because reserves comes after movement. And, like, he went hard on that. Like, he was like, yep, nope, that's it. You can't move anymore. Called a judge over. The judge was like, I mean, that is the way it's supposed to be played. So I have to, like, I can't say no to that. I get that you were trying to play by intent and making sure your play was like completely solid, but your opponent is, telling you to do it the different way. And I remember it was like the follow-up game later on where one of the Vanguard guys' teammates played into that same dude. And at some point in time, the guy made like a bad move and was like, oh, I'm going to move this back. And he went, no. No, you can't. You moved it there and you let your hands go. I'm not letting you take that back. Like, it was the most, like, fuck you moment in the entire tournament. And it kind of changed how people interact with each other in those scenes of being a little more cordial and back and forth. It's good stuff. That is something I need to get better at as a player, though. I think in Rogue Trader tournaments is not giving my opponent like the full rundown. Like, how many hints do I give, really? Is kind of the thing that I'm trying to balance a little bit better. Because, like, if I tell you I have access to these things, at some point, if you're going to do something and you make the claim that that's what you're doing, I do have to personally, internally assume that I've told you X amount of times about my reactive moves. So like, I watch a lot of war games live in my off time. So I got to start watching those and seeing how the higher end players talk to each other and try to go at that tier of conversational bits. I've actually talked myself into defeat a few times where I'm like, just so you know, 2 turns from now, I'm going to do this. And they're like, oh. They have that moment. Probably one of the freakiest things I've been doing to people recently, though, is I'll call my bad rolls in advance. Like, not just like, this is going to be a bad roll. I'll call the numbers. I'll be like, yeah, I know I could get it, but this is about to be a 1 and a 2. And then I'll roll the dice. And then it's a 1 and a 2. And I've been doing it pretty frequently. I did it 3 times in one game. The real trick when you do that to someone is to not act surprised. Just be like, yep, there you go. And then pick up the dice and continue onward like you knew it was going to happen this whole time. Make people think you can see the future, but that all futures are bad for you. What's about them? So Dark Angels have different abilities in the game than Chaos Marines. It means you need to know Chaos Marine abilities also. Yes and no. So what we've eventually, like we as a group, community, I guess, almost, have sort of ended on in terms of how we approach things is normalizing terminology. So if you have a thing that's like, this is the ability, right? And it's like a really cool Dark Eldar, or Dark Angel rather, for you, name, and it's like, oh, that's awesome sounding. But the rule at the end of the day is just like free Overwatch. I don't know how else to put it. It's just free Overwatch. What ends up happening is, rather than being like, oh, just so you know, my guys have the Helm of the Ancients, or whatever it is. Instead of telling someone we have the Helm of the Ancients, what you usually say is, oh, I have +1 to strength in melee. Like, you don't really just say, you don't say the ability name, you say what it does, right? So you start getting used to things like, these guys are Zangors. They have uppy downy. I can go a little bit further and be like, their uppy downy has a limit of, I think it's like 6 inches or 9 inches. It's one or the other. I'd have to double check it. But yeah, they have uppy downy with a restriction of like 6 inches. Probably in that range. I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna be like, oh, the hit, they have hit and fade, because that doesn't matter in a tournament setting. Because then if I tell you they have like this named ability, then the only outcome of that for you is going, what does that ability do? Right? Like that's the system. It's just easier for me to tell you up front, like, it's an uppy downy. And the concept of uppy downy, that came from the culture. More so than like Games Workshop themselves. I gotta paint the teeth. I keep forgetting to paint the teeth. Then you get like more advanced things, like the changing of command point costs in a negative fashion for your opponent. That's Vect. We call it Vect because there was a unit apparently that I think his name was Vect, and that was his big thing. Like no one else could do it really. It was just that guy, and he just had the ability to be like, guess what, man? Your stuff costs more. Have fun with that. Which is hilarious and awesome all at once. I'm going to pull the ones that I got to do like tongues and stuff in. So now Kairos negatively affects opponent command point spending. So when I have Kairos in the game, I'll go, I have Vect, it's Kairos. Not unlike how I play Emperor's Children, though, for your Dark Angels, you could always check with your opponent for, like, the very basic of knowledge of your army. It's like, you know that I can turn 1 deep strike stuff, or whatever their general army rule is. And it's like, oh, I didn't know that. And it's like, well, there you go. You know I have access to turn 1 deep strike. And we'll go from there. Which is kind of the same thing as Emperor's Children. Because I've had to explain Emperor's Children's ballet ability. Their ridiculous advanced fallback, shoot and charge function to so many people. Because even people who are like, I kind of get it. when I explained it to them properly, they're like, "Oh, that's actually weird," and it's like, "Yep." And now you know. You understand the odd. Make sure I get all the tongues. The true problems, though, at tournaments are... Doesn't happen often. But once in a while, you'll meet someone who, when you ask them about their rules, they'll look you dead in the eyes and be like, "You'll find out." They won't tell you, and you're just like, "Oh, you're an asshole." This is just the most unsportsmanlike BS. It's just be like, "I'm not going to tell you my rules till they happen." It's like, all right, man. I think in most tournaments, PDF write-ups, they do bring up that, like, if someone asks you about your rules, tell them, do it. You got to do it. Mix up this pink real quick. Get some tongues painted. Do I want it to be in pink? I could do it in Memphiston. Yeah. Well, like, so there was someone who was going to tournaments for a while there. I think they banned him from a lot of local tourneys. Where he played entirely by gotcha, and we have a few people at our local club that kind of play that way, and you know we've tried to correct the behavior a little bit. Because these are people who are like, "Oh, I want to play at RTTs because I'm so good," and it's like, well, you play a lot of new players, and when you play them, you don't tell them any of your rules, and then if they ask, you don't tell them either, and you exclusively play via gotcha. I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, get this red going. You haven't played a game yet as Dark Angel? You just like playing? You like painting them? Dark Angel are pretty cool. I feel like the way people play them now, though, it's like the main thing you want to do is have the lion and have him survive. Like, the lion is so key to the average strategy in Dark Angels now, it feels like. I might off-stream build the Tormentors. Oh, I'm not done painting, though. I'm batch painting. We've got so much more to do. I'm just going back and forth between them as I see fit. Like, I know I got to paint some pouches. Because I know a few of the Enlightened have pouches on them. So we're going to grab the Dark Oath. And then I'm just going to look down all of the Enlightened. Find the pouches. And Dark Oath the pouch. I'm mostly hitting little details right now, but at some point here we're going to pull out the Dread Flesh, and we're going to do all the robes. And you don't have to paint quickly. That's not necessary of anyone. I like how my stuff looks when it's done, but I also recognize that it's not like the highest of tier, right? Like I'm not putting like Golden Demon Award level effort into these things. You want to know small details, man. Look at the Sororitas. I hated painting those. My buddy paid me to paint his Sororitas army. And as I was doing it, every single time I got like a new model, I would see like brand new detail on everything. Super tiny little like filigree. Every now and then one of them would have like a candle on their shoulder pad or something. Like it was just so weird, all the little things that they had access to. And they were so cool looking though. No pouch here. Let's pick a color to wrap the scrolls in. Dark Angels definitely have really fun detail though. At least what I've seen of them. And if you do good work on them, then you got some fun painted models, man. It's always cool having a collection of stuff that stands next to each other and looks nice. It's like top tier. Alright, no scrolls on these guys, right? Yeah. Honestly, at this point, I don't know too many armies that don't have a ton of detail. I feel like there were some way back in the day. I guess if I were to pick an army that I was like, I want to paint it quick and I don't want a lot of detail, it would probably end up being Necrons, I'd say. There's some that have a ton of detail, but the general gist of painting a Necron army, I think, walks away from the need for it. You can still do it, right? Like that's the cool thing I like about Necron for painting is that they have a very wide spectrum of, oh yeah, this is just metal with a shader and then some bright colors, to, oh, I did the inner shells this metal, I did the outer shells like a kind of candy matte paint. like you can go weird with it. You can have a lot of fun with Necron if you know what you're doing. But then there's just other armies like Thousand Suns. There's no like, oh, I could do this easy situation. There's always 10 steps you're going to have to go through at some point. And it's going to take a while. All right, we're just about ready with the tech list. This is a technique I occasionally do with speed paint and contrast, is I use it more as an underpaint. Just get some different variants in light and dark. And then you grab a layer paint, you just kind of go. Sort of, as long as you don't get too close to the edges, it sort of pre-shades things, which is nice. To have that like dark blue outer rim when you're painting regular blue inner layer. Blue shields. When you say upgrade, like when you're just starting out, I highly suggest going cheap. Go cheap and then learn how to clean them, because brushes you purchase that are cheap that you clean last a good bit of time. Like if you're thinking of upgrading and you have like an okay line on cheap brushes, maybe look into either there's like a soap based brush cleaner, or you can do like pink soap, which is what I use. I wonder if I have the other one. Pretty sure I have the other one somewhere. It's like a bar soap instead of a liquid soap. And then just clean your brushes, and you'll notice that they last longer, and then buy good brushes, because you're going to need to clean your good brushes too. So there's value in learning how to manage that on cheaper brushes and normalize it as like a way you paint. Okay. So if you're doing that and you're feeling comfy and you want to go crazy, you don't even need brand. Just look up Sable brushes. And then take out a mortgage, I guess. I don't know how else to put that. Beyond this, I'm an illustrator and I do a lot of like ink work. Or at least I did for a while there. I got to try to get back into it. But I did a lot of ink work, and when I started using brushes for my ink work, I bought like one Sable brush. So yeah, your brushes, there's a kind of a trick to it. So if you're using synthetic brushes, you're basically using fiber, like cloth fiber almost. It's basically super tiny cloth fibers. And the problem with that is the more you rub on a surface with that kind of a brush, you'll run into situations where you start fraying the fiber a little bit easier than you would like natural fur and hair, which is why Sable brushes are pretty big, because it's the same thing in inking. When you're inking with just like general synthetics, you're going to be throwing those out pretty frequently, because if you're inking and they're fraying, you're going to want, you're going to want to not have that be what's like being applied to paper when it's permanent. Or else you're going to be expending a lot of your time with like whiteout and stuff. Never fun. But Sable brushes maintain their points for very long periods of time, especially if you're cleaning. And Sable brushes, you don't necessarily need like a specific brand. I think Winsor Newton is one of the big ones though for them. I'm using a wet palette. I use a wet palette for a lot of my layer paints, as well as my So Flat paints from Golden. And then I have one of these silicone ADHD tools for when I use wet stuff, because once the wet stuff dries, if you want to clear it out, you just pop it through. So like contrast paints go in there, inks, stuff like that. Sable. Sable. I believe sable is the animal that the fur comes from. Within the art community and like general conservation communities, sable brushes are a little controversial because farming of sable fur isn't always like good. So if you're very much against the potential of animal cruelty, you can just try to steer clear of sable brushes in general. But a lot of the companies that make those brushes usually talk about how they put in a lot of effort to do it humanely or whatever. The fur they get is from like whatever sheds or something. But you can never be too sure. And I think Winsor Newton is the major art company that drops them. And I know when I look into inking, a lot of people swear by getting like Winsor Newton liner brushes, which this is a liner brush. This isn't a Winsor Newton. These are cheap. These are cheap as hell. I can buy a whole container of like 15 of these for $5 or something from my local art store. Amazon sells them in batches of like 10. You can get a batch of 10 of these for like $20. It's not that they torture them. The idea is, at least necessarily from what people recognize of this, is that they basically like capture them, hold them down, shave them all off, and then just like toss them out and stuff. And that's like, to a lot of people, that's really cruel, which sure. But supposedly there's like places that get the fur not in that fashion, where it's mostly just like what's shed and stuff, and they just get it from offhand. And that's usually what makes those brushes like $200 for a decent one. But it's the key difference between synthetic and actual. Because actual fur shouldn't fray as much, therefore, like, you're not going to get that weird, not pointy tip that people tend to get when they're painting. And there you go. Then you just got to stick with synthetic, and then you got to find a company that's cheap enough for the quality that you actually like. Like this company, which is Scriptliner Creative Mark Hobby. Like these come in a plastic pack. And once you get them, as long as you clean them, they last a good bit. I painted most of my Thousand Suns with a single pack of them, and I have like 8,000 points of Thousand Suns. If I don't pay attention to them and I don't clean them properly, they burn out quick. But if I'm actually like cleaning them with pink soap and stuff and just chugging along doing normal stuff, they're really good. But usually when people ask me about like what's the best brand, it's like, all right, I'll tell you the best, but not everyone is down for that. I know the most usual response when you find a sable fur brush is, oh my god, is it going to paint the models for me? Because it's like 200. Citadel's okay, but I'd like to say that Citadel, I've used them before, and they do feel kind of cheap to me. Like in terms of their quality. They're cheap feeling, but they're expensive. I know people who swear by them, including the store owner of a Warhammer store. So like he's very adamant that he's all about them. But he's also, and he's like, that's not just because I work here, but I use them frequently, and he likes them. But like I've used a few, and I feel like they've burned out on me too quickly. I like the ones that have this on the neck. The widened part on the neck. That way it feels better in your hands when you're, trying to paint. Like it feels so much better than just this, which is just kind of whatever. All right. Blue shields painted. I think. Nope. One more. I'll link you mine. Always Magic School Bus. We're not at 11th yet. Where the hell's my brush set? Did they stop selling them? Oh no, I think I found him. No. Oh, I think I found him. All right, these are weirdly expensive, but if you look around for them, you might find something better of a deal. Where's the share? I hate that Amazon has a share button I can't find normally. Where the hell's the share button? Got it. Haha, I figured it out. Stupid hidden frickin'. That's literally the brand I use. They're cheaper near me because I guess they buy wholesale. You might be able to find them cheaper somewhere else, but that's what you'd be looking for. Not an affiliate link or nothing. Do you have any local like Amazon stock? Like, do you use Amazon where you are? Because I wonder if you can just look up what I just sent you, Creative Mark Disposable. I wonder if you'll see them for like a local shipping, because I feel like they're foreign import. There we go. Blue Shields. All right, what do we need to do next? Feel like the next step is it's that flesh tone. Where did I put it? Oh, don't tell me I put it back. There's no way I put it back. I knew I was doing this. There it is. Dreadful Visage.
Poggers.
Poggers. Thanks for the follow, Taxi Man. I like Dreadful Visage because it's very light on the top end, but you still get a little tinge of purple. It's almost a shader. If it wasn't considered a contrast, I would be like, yeah, that's a shader. I mean, you basically are. Oh, that's not a robe. But like I said, I bought a set of them and I kept them clean, utilizing the pink soap and all that. They lasted me like almost a year of a lot of painting. Not even like a tiny amount of painting. Not like just a couple guys over the course of a year. No. Most of my Thousand Suns collection, which is probably like 8,000 points of Thousand Suns. It survived. It did a lot of work. It was great. But that's the only brand I know that I have direct interaction with that's kind of miniature related. So sadly, if that doesn't help you, because I know there's a lot of weird things with art supplies in Europe and US and Canada and all that. So much like I wouldn't expect it, right? Like if someone's like, "Hey man, there's this whole big wild world of art supplies between countries that is just like it's so different. It's so vastly different." I wouldn't believe a single person that said that. I mean, mostly because, like, for us, right, Vallejo colors and things, and that comes out of Europe. So the assumption is there's just a good back and forth between countries. But apparently not. Anger runs deep. I'm guessing it has something to do with the fact that most colors have chemicals in them, and there's like weird taxes on sending certain chemicals overseas. There's also ways you're supposed to display it. Because in California, there's like this big list of chemicals where if your product has that in it, you're supposed to put like cancer warnings on your products. And it's anything. There's just a ton of paint that is in California that has to have warning cancer on it because there's like a minor pigment in there that possibly could be linked to it. No, yeah. Dreadful Visage does make a really good robe color. It's like so subtle. I took part in the Games Workshop Million Mini Paint event or whatever they were doing. I timed it with when a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, paint my sisters." So I managed to get to 140 something models painted in like 2 months. So I got their full spread of, whatever you win by doing that, which is I think like a couple like odd things. Nothing major. I was hoping for like a cool mini, but I mean, every time you hope for a cool mini out of an event from Games Workshop, it's always like, oh yeah, you gotta spend like $500 to get it though. Even if it was something funny like a grot with a paintbrush. Without doxing yourself, where about in Europe are you? I've always had a weird amount of viewership of people from Europe. Like back in the days when I would hyper focus on like video games and stuff for streaming, it was always like, I think like Sweden. Like I never got like people from the US or Canada. It was always just like good morning from Stockholm, and I'm like, all right. Finland. Not bad, not bad. Just gotta get all these robes set. These are just about ready to be glued to their flight standy stuff, their discs. Which is good. I don't think I'm going to go for a completely maxed out Enlightened. That was like my original idea, was to actually get full tilt. But I don't know. I think I'm completely fine with 2 potential full-size squads of spearmen and 2 full-size squads of archers with like an extra 3. It's too much space on the field. I've tried to put remotely close to that amount on the field. And man, you play quarter deployment, you just don't have the room. Cat tongue? What are we talking about? Oh, wait, I think I know what you're talking about. It's synthetic, often synthetic, treacle golden, specialized grooming tool designed to mimic. Yeah, so it just mimics the texture of a cat tongue, but it's based on a synthetic tachyon brush. So, to my understanding, cat tongues are supposed to feel like sandpaper. So my guess is that the bristles feel like sandpaper. Which that's mostly about trying to move something along a surface. Trying to get a specific feel. What time is it? 7:21. Don't know if we're going to be able to finish these today. Because I do want to take a minute for myself. Maybe we glue them to their basings. We could probably do that. There we go. trying to buy the trying to buy like a family treasure in the form of a brush set. Heirloom brushes. I love airbrushes. Most of what I paint involves an airbrush in some way, shape, or form. I have, depending on how you want to plan out like your paint jobs, you can actually do really cool things with them. Let me show you my Emperor's Children. So my Emperor's Children are based on a plan entirely built around an airbrush. So you start with the pink, and then you do sort of the zenithal style highlighting with cobalt, and then you go from that to white ink, which you then hit with fluorescent purple, so you can get to at least the baseline armor. That way you get like that cool fade look of them fading in from like a super bright pink world. It also makes it very quick to paint. Like, these don't take a long time for me to paint, because most of the work is done by the airbrush. It's just the detailing that I end up having to do with like the non-metallic gold and stuff. It's honestly the thing that allowed me to paint 2 of these in 2 days. This is basically it. I gotta clean this one out a little bit. Not unlike regular brushes, you have to kind of maintain them. So I'm probably done using it for a little while. It's gonna need like a full clean before the next time that I use it. There's some dried pigment on it. Yep, it comes up from a compressor. Paint goes in here. I'll have to clean this out. This is actually a brush that I got sponsored by. So I guess technically hashtag ad. I don't think the link's in the chat here, but there is a video on my YouTube channel where you can go check them out. Don't know if the code for the discount still works. But this brand is pretty much fully able to be broken down into like much smaller pieces than the normal brushes that I use. It's pretty cheap and very effective. I've been using it for a while, and I haven't had a lot of issue with it. At least not enough of an issue that a quick clean doesn't like fix. That's kind of the key thing here. What's up, Clamp Bill? Yeah, we just kind of finished using it. So, I mean, eventually I can do a stream, because we do have tormentors for my EC I got to paint, so I will be doing a painting stream with an airbrush. But the core concept of it is you put the type of paint you want in here, which is usually paint meant for airbrushing. I also have primer and stuff I can run through this. And then you have the air running through your compressor. You push down to start having the air come through the actual airbrush itself. And then as you pull back, this needle pulls back, releasing pigment from here into the chamber here, which then sprays the pigment out. It's not hard. A lot of people look at it and immediately think, oh, I'm going to break it. I'm going to have problems with it, blah, blah, blah. No. Like, It's not as hard as some people think. The key thing, like brushes, is cleaning. You just have to make sure to clean it. And you're good. I got lucky because the art store near me was trying to offload all of their airbrushes. So I got a pretty good discount. Specifically on the compressor. I have an actual full-fledged compressor with 2 settings. I have the constant on version, and I can also turn on the air tank that refills as you need more. Like once the pressure drops below a certain point, it'll kick back on. But there's been a lot of advancements in airbrush technology. We're going to have to paint these. Yeah, there's been a lot of advancements in airbrush technology. So like my friend has an airbrush that is basically a tube and like a small USB rechargeable compressor. Very cheap, very simple. You can take it with you on the go. It's not hard to pack up. The pressure you usually change until you get to a point where the pigment you're spraying out of it doesn't spray like in a speckle formation. It sprays more evenly. That has to do with adding thinner to the paint as well, but some brands of paint actually come pre-thinned. Like I use a lot of Golden High Flow because Golden High Flow, it has the little airbrush symbol at the top here, is designed for it. It's pre-thinned. I can add a little more thinner if I want, but usually if you add too much, it's going to get too watery. What you up to though, Clamp Pill? Just swinging in, checking stuff out. We're probably going to be finishing up here soon once I get these guys glued down. We'll pick back up tomorrow with finishing them up, unless I finish them up off stream tonight, and then we'll be building my Tormentors I bought today. It's for priming and painting. And varnishing, technically. I use it mostly for priming and painting, personally. I usually do my varnishing outside because I don't like the varnish in this room. You can use it for a ton of stuff because at the very end of the day, it's just air that gets pushed through a nozzle that you can push other things through as long as it's really fine in some fashion. So, like a lot of the times when you have those really bad Twitch commercials where you hear that like really loud, frickin', what is it? It's usually really loud, royalty-free music. And you see someone being like, paint a cake. And it has like the really bad AI voice in the background and someone's using an airbrush to paint a cake. You can run like food coloring through it. So you can airbrush paint cakes and things. Yeah, you're thinking of getting one of the airbrushes that comes with the attachable compressor. I see those, the ones that has, it just like hooks to the bottom and then you press it and it's fine and it's usually USB powered. I don't know though, because it's like right there. I'd rather get one that has a tube that goes between it so I could have it like off to the side or on a belt or something. But yeah, I bought an airbrush, I think shortly after I started getting back into 40K. Like I said, the store near me was trying to offload them, so I got a really good deal. think the compressor I bought for $100, and I bought one of their airbrushes for like $20. Actually, I bought two of them for 20 each. Because in my head, I was like, if I break one, then I'll have a second one as backup. But that eventually turned into me presetting one as a 0.5 airbrush and then presetting the other as a 0.3 because I never broke them. Like I just didn't want to switch the needles out anymore, so I just had two of them and I would just snap them off and then put one back on if I wanted to switch between 0.5 and 0.3. It took 2 years for one of them to clog in a way where no matter how much I cleaned it, it didn't seem to help too much. And honestly, that might have just been me needing to change the needle out, which literally the moment that happened was when the company that sponsored me to do a video contacted me and was like, yo, we want to send you one of our airbrushes if you'll do a video about it. And I went, yeah. You getting orcs? Yo, if you're getting orcs, get the Combat Patrol too that's out right now. That Combat Patrol is god tier for its value. If you can get your hands on one or two of those boxes, and then you get the new big box set, you're gonna be set, man. You're gonna be set for a while. There we go. Yeah, definitely learn airbrushing. There's this weird subsection of people who are like, airbrushing, it's not real painting. No, F off with that. It's awesome. Because, like, you can do really cool, interesting stuff with it. It's basically another tool that can achieve an outcome in different ways. You can get really cool effects from OSL. You can do really fun things with it. Let me show you. Eventually, while I was learning to paint with it, I started like masking units off and stuff. So applying masking effects and then different colors like at different stages where I started the thing I was painting in a certain way and then I would mask areas off and then paint differently. I got things like this, which let me pull the camera back. So this was the original color that I painted the inside. I painted it magenta to pink to this like orange yellow. The whole thing. And then I painted with the airbrush the white. Actually, no, I think I did full green down here. And then I went back over it. Oh, I did this blue. There's like this really light gray blue. And then I went over top of that with the darker green, which I then hand did over top of that with the more lime green approach. And this was all masked right here. Like I just put masking tape all over these parts so that it looked like it was energy fading into reality. And then of course the underglow as well from the feet. Yeah, it's just conceptually it's a spray paint can, but you get to pick the pigment. You get to pick what's in it. And then you just clean it out and you can do it again. If you get a really nice, if you do it outside, it's fine. If you have a lot of ventilation in your room, it's fine. If you get, they're pretty cheap. It's an electric air circulator system. It pulls air through like a sort of fur-based filter. Not like fur, but it's like carpet-based filter almost. Pulls air through it, puts it through a tube, and you can usually send it out your window or put it into like a filter of some kind. And you can get all that out of your room. So you can kind of spray paint in your room without much issue of like getting the alcohol fumes and all that. But yeah. Airbrushing allows for a lot of really fun stuff. And if you're getting serious, I highly suggest it. Because, like, things like this was painted so quickly. And it was painted quickly because it was just magenta and then blue from a forward angle. So that's what makes it do this. And then I just went back in with a brush to do the green on all the spikes and stuff. That's how you paint 18 of them in a single sitting. Just quick airbrush. Okay, so taking your time, consider this, right? Getting to a certain point while taking your time can be faster achieved using speed paints and airbrushes, right? But that doesn't mean you can't then still take more time. So you can get something to a much better starting point for you to then go, all right, I'm back in with my brushes to then push this further. And that's kind of the goal, right? Like, taking my time on the body of this to try to give it that, like, purple to magenta look would take so long. I took my time with hand painting the spine crystals, right? Like, and the tentacles and all this stuff up here. But being able to get to this look on the body was mostly because of the airbrush. And then it allowed me to then focus on other things to, like, really push and make it different, get to better points. Not only that, but this is shifter color on here. You see that, like, blue light that then becomes kind of that, like, red orange. This is due to a technical paint called shifter, which is sort of like a pearlescent, but the pearlescent is a very specific color shift. It's like blue red. So you, depending on how you look at it, it'll either look blue or it'll look red. So with your Dark Angels, you could use it just for priming if that's what you want to do. You could use it where you come up with a really fun strategy of priming, doing a really dark green, and then getting the actual green you want as like a highlight to then spray from above to make it look gradiated up to that. And then you can go in with your brush and block off areas that are supposed to be robes, go in there and paint that way. But at the very least, you have a baseline on the armor where it looks really cool. You can do tricks with it where you sort of underpaint colors as like warm and cold shadows. And then you can go in with a layer brush afterwards and paint on top of that. I think Ninjon did that once in a video where he painted something red and blue underneath, and then he layer painted the actual model over top of it. And then the red and blue became kind of like the shadowy colors and undertoning. Therefore, the model at the end the shadows felt blue and cold, and then the surface of it felt warmer. So like there was a much better contrast on the final model because of it. So you can do all those like little fun things. Talking about the orcs, already have 1,150 points with the other combat patrol that has the Death Dread and the truck battle. Yeah, but this new one, man. Oh my god, this new one. I mean, you've seen it, but I'm going to pull it up just so I can see it again and then be sad that I don't play orcs. Because if I did, this is when you want to start playing orcs right now. God, that's so good. This is so good. You get 2 of these boxes and you basically have a high tier army. Like, that is such a wild box, man. Like, these things are the spikiest damage units. A lot of the games I've watched where orcs have dominated things, it's because this stuff does like 3 damage each. They just fly around, just dump damage. A buddy of mine plays Subterranean Assault, and if you kill his Raveners, you've basically won. And if you can kill them early, you've won. These things just appear next to his Raveners the moment they appear and just kill them all instantly. There's like, wee, and they just do it and they fly off later. This is such a good box, man. Such a good box. But yeah. Gotta wait for some of them to dry. We're gonna have to touch some of it up further, but it is getting a little late. Do a little bit down here. I am gonna want to take a little bit of a rest time before I gotta do my actual job. We definitely have a lot more to do on here. I might do a little bit off stream, but probably not enough, honestly. Yep, I already have 3 shamans, so we figured. Do a fun little archer shaman. We got to pick the color we want for his headdress. We got to do some of the highlighting on the spines on his actual disc. We're going to have to do the same thing for some of the side ones as well. Flesh disc. These are almost done, though. I'm pretty sure these are pretty much done. Minor details, probably. Don't know what else we need for them. Oh, the back, the mains. We'll have to pick some color for their mains. So, most likely tomorrow, we'll work a little more on these. I'm hoping to not feel super burned out. I've been playing too much, too late at night. I gotta reset my sleep schedule. I hate going to bed at 3 and then still waking up at 9. Like, my brain still, like, is just like, it's 9, get up. And then I open my eyes and then, like, immediately black back out. And I feel like shit for the rest of the day. Are you talking about, is there any good airbrush? I don't know if you're linking things, but I think I have it set to not show links in chat, maybe. Yeah, I have it set to not do that, because it's just, I don't really want links to pop up in chat often. Iwata's usually, like, the big one. If you're looking for, like, a big airbrush that people want to play, or people want to use. The one I'm using is that I like, that I've used for the better part of a year now, is Gallery. Gaahleri. I like this for the price that they have on their website. It's also a pretty cool setup website because you can sort of customize the brush. You get the main brush, you get the main components. They give you kind of the full package for like a 0.3 or something. But then you can go online and be like, I want this to be twice the size. And you can just get the bigger tank. You can get a different feel to like a lot of the brush. It's all very modular and they sell all the parts individually. So you can kind of have a better brush. They gave me the inbox standard and it works. It works well. Past the brush itself, you just got to pick a compressor. And there's a lot. There's a lot of options. Compressors are pretty basic. If you're going to go a tank compressor, try to go a dual compressor. Those are the ones where when you turn it on, it will just keep running. So if it fills up to full, it'll just valve opens and it starts letting the air out until like you turn it off. That way you keep full pressure at all times. And then there's the version I use, which I should probably use the full pressure version more, but the version I use is when I turn it on, it fills the tank and then it stops. And then you can use it for a little bit. And then when the pressure starts getting below a certain point, it refills it. But yeah, we'll start work on these a little bit more tomorrow. And then we got to build more Tormentors. Because Tormentors are top tier in scoring for Emperor's Children. I have been shown the light at this last tournament. I need to run 4 squads of Tormentors. Because holy crap, they are the most annoying thing in the game for Emperor's Children. You have to run them. You get 3 of them just infiltrated all over the place, sticking objectives. The opponent has to come out to deal with them. If they don't, then you just score points for the whole game. And once they do, you've got Defilers. They're going to step out. They're going to kill everything. And that's all it's going to take. It's a 2-stage. It's like a 2-setting pressure tank. Let me see what it's actually called. So I can at least give you the terminology, the proper terminology, so you know. 2-type compressor tank. 2-type twin tank or twin stack. No. 2 settings? Yeah, and that feeling turns people off from buying it, but don't. Dual tank, often 2 tanks. No, it's not a dual tank. It's a dual mode. I think it's 2-stage. Auto start stop. Clever design, don't care. What's the terminology? Dual cooling fans. Yeah, these are like $80. God, the price has gone down since I bought mine. Auto start, auto stop. Type pressure regulators with gauge, pressure release. Ideal for designers. Is this not a double? No, this is single. You could probably get away with a single. Not really. No, you don't need nozzles. So when you get an airbrush, it comes with that. Let me just pull up the website for Gallery. Yeah. So this is the one that they gave me. This is what it comes with. It comes with the splash, like the splash limiter, the actual nozzle built in, with the component inside, which is where the needle sits, the main body, the tank, the single needle that goes across that is 0.3 in scale. You can also get a 0.2. Personally, I like 0.5s, but I think they only sell, in completion, they only sell this for a tank feed, which I haven't used a tank feed yet, and I kind of want to try it. I've also wanted to try these because trigger rather than press seems interesting to me. But they also sell everything separate. So like nozzles, nozzle caps. So like you can get the different sizes to swap to. You have to match the needle size to what this is. So if you have a 0.5 needle, you get that. If you have a 0.5 needle, you get this for the Mobius. Or you just buy it all together. In completion. This gets attached to a tube. They usually, I think the box comes with it, if I'm not mistaken. I think I threw out the box. Usually the compressor comes with it too. You'll have to figure out which one has the tube or not. Then you just got to make sure that the connection points are right. I've noticed that a lot of companies now, when they send you the airbrush, it'll send you 2 adapters for this, for either type of tube that's normal. So I've not had an issue. I've not had to go out of my way to buy something extra to connect the compressor to the airbrush. It tends to all just work. Something I will suggest, if I can find it and then show it to you, that'd be great. Where is it? This is used in, I think, plumbing, mostly. It's a type of, like, thread silicone taping. Right? So, the tube that goes up to your airbrush has threads in here. So what you do is you take this kind of thread paste type thing. It's not really paste. It's more just like plastic almost. And then you put it on the thread and you just wrap it. You wrap it around a bunch and then you put this on and screw it in. That way you can seal up any possible air gaps pretty easily. You can do it on both sides if you want, the brush and the compressor. And it keeps the air from leaking as you're going. It's not a big deal if the air leaks, but like this prevents it from basically being in a situation where I'm sitting here and my tank is constantly like refilling itself even though I'm not using it. It's not on right now. There's no reason to leave it on. But it's just less obnoxious to just be hanging out painting and just hearing like the brrr sound every now and then. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It is 8 o'clock. I have about an hour of time to hang out before I gotta get to work. So I kind of want to go watch some stuff. I kind of want to do some things. I know someone asked what I've been playing recently. Look into Deada's Disco. I've been playing Pathfinder, which is kind of like Baldur's Gate on PC. It's okay. It's good. It has some issues. But Deada's Disco, check it out. It just went into early access. It's kind of fun if you're into beat 'em ups. So yeah, until next time, guys. Later.